Throw your hands up in the air and say enough's enough. Do you want to learn to code and make some awesome stuff? Learn that anyone can when you're coding with Dan on Coding Rainbow. Coding Rainbow. Whether you're a pro or this is all brand new, Coding Rainbow has some helpful tools for you. Learn the overarching concepts and some fun stuff too. And with Dan as your guide, come along for the ride on Coding Rainbow. Make a crazy pixel mirror to reflect your face. You can make it jump to light speed into outer space. You can generate a maze that can go on for days. You can make your own terrain and some purple rain. You can make a retro game to see how it's done, and then tweak a piece to make it yours for everyone. Make some fractally trees or Twitter bots if you please. And when the seeds are all sown, you can make them your own on Coding Rainbow. Coding Rainbow. Ride the colors of code. You can follow the road to Coding Rainbow.
Hello, welcome. I think I just played a live intro. This is why I'm approximately 30 minutes late in getting this stream started today. It's not entirely just because of that live intro. I'm really trying to do some new things with the setup. I tried to refocus this camera. I tried to add another light. But anyway, good morning. My name is Dan Schiffman. This is Coding Rainbow. Episode number 60, I think. I think this is my 60th. That's a very hard word to say, 60, live stream where I appear on the internet, on YouTube, no longer on the Faceplace or the Twitch. I was trying to stream to multiple locations, but I'm having so many problems with the computer crashing and freezing up. I thought maybe I would eliminate that and see if I could kind of get things to work well today. So please, I was having also some trouble with my mic. So if you're in the chat, if you can let me know if things look good and sound good and that sort of thing. So first thing I want to do today is, as you saw that new intro, which was a lot of fun to make and a tremendous amount of work, I want to thank some people for their help with that. A lot of people contributed to that, and also show you where you can get some of the assets if you want. So first of all, I want to thank Adam Blau, who is a television and film composer, at Adam Blau on Twitter. Who wrote the song, composed the song. Rena Desai-Callahan is the vocalist, the singer in the song. Both of them are old friends of mine from college, bright college years. And I also want to thank Alan Chidiat. I don't know if I know Alan so well, and then I realized I've never actually said his last name out loud. At Mishmish on Twitter. Once this our streamed archive gets published, I'll have links to all these Twitter accounts in the description of the video. And then Mathieu Blanchette, who helps me with a lot of things with this YouTube channel in terms of organizing the videos and doing little edits and making thumbnails and so much stuff that I think this channel wouldn't happen if it wasn't for his help. So he helped with additional editing and rendering different things for that video intro. So thank you. All I did was kind of wiggle around like a goofball. I'm not very good at music, not very good at animation, visual design, editing, really not very good at anything, except hopefully maybe showing some programming examples, making little projects with code on a YouTube stream. Hopefully I'm good at that, but that's up to you to decide if you watch. And Mathieu is at mathblank. Mathblanks? At mathblank on Twitter. I'm going to actually just I realized I'm right now in the live chat that's going on. I just made Mathieu a moderator. So Mathieu can also post, unless you have admin privileges, you can't post links in the live chat. But those of you who want to follow along and post links to things I'm talking about, please do. So I want to get started. Let me see if this works. I'm just going to see. Do you guys hear that background music? Maybe, just testing. I have a new different sound setup again today. It's very hard to get all this stuff working in a way that's seamless and, kind of like a one-person band over here. Okay, so I was gonna put on a shirt and a tie. I totally forgot. I even brought it with me. Oh well, because I have that shirt and tie from the video. It doesn't matter. It gets kind of hot in here anyway. So later, someday I'll appear more formal to appear as if I might know what I'm talking about. Okay, so what's going on today? This is if you So one more thing about the intro. If you are interested, I encourage you to, first of all, there it is. You can watch it again. It is a separate YouTube video on the channel. Welcome to Coding Rainbow. There's lots of links in the description about it. But you are welcome, if you are so interested, to go and grab off SoundCloud the Coding Rainbow theme song, if you want to make your own remix or animation or something with it. I don't know if I properly put in a license, but it's my intention for this to be kind of Creative Commons non-commercial. So I have to figure out, make sure I'm doing that in SoundCloud. Alon also made all of these wonderful GIFs. This is like the most vain thing ever, to be like, hey, look at all these GIFs of me, but I don't know. That's what it is. Somebody wants to make versions of these GIFs without me in it, I'd be perfectly happy. And that is at giphy.com/channel/codingrainbow. I also have, for any of you who might be interested, a Google Drive full of lots of green screen clips. So all of the source materials, all of the video is made by shooting everything in front of a green screen. So I have lots of the green screen clips if you want to make your own weird little animations or GIFs or strange experimental things with me being weird, doing weird things with them. So I encourage you to remix all this stuff. I don't have that link right here. But I shared it on my Slack channel, which, by the way, if you want to participate in the Slack channel where you can ask questions and participate in a discussion around this channel, you can do so by going to codingrainbow.com and subscribing to the Patreon feed, which is a crowdfunding website. Of course, the videos will always be free and open. You can always contact me on Twitter, and there's a YouTube chat and stuff like that. People are requesting the This Dot song. Let's see if that can come up. This dot, this dot, this dot, this dot song. Okay, that's just a short little clip of the This Dot song, because when you're programming in JavaScript, never forget the this dot. So it's asked in the chat, Zerg Rush Joe asks, what is he doing today? And the topic for today is, where's my drum roll sound? Regular expressions. So this is actually, strangely, one of my absolute favorite topics. And if you are watching this for whatever reason and not a programmer, about half of today you can completely follow and do without knowing anything about programming or code whatsoever, because regular expressions are a topic that stand alone. So if I might remind you all, if I go to shiftman.net/A2Z, I am this fall, I do a lot of different things on this channel. I do random coding challenges, generative art. I show you things that are new in processing or P5JS or other tools that are sort of interesting or to me. But what I'm doing this fall is I'm teaching a course at ITP, itp.nyu.edu, and it's called Programming from A to Z, and it's all about text generation and text analysis, strange experimental poetry machines with code, and specifically with JavaScript in the browser. So each week I'm going to do a set of tutorials related to the content that I'm doing in that course, and you can follow along also with my notes. This is last week's. And you can see here that all of the relevant videos from the channel are kind of embedded here into the notes with examples and that sort of thing. So if you're trying to figure out how to follow along, that's the stuff that I did last week. It's all online. Now this week, you can see regular expressions. And I have a little page here that kind of, I'm just like scrolling through it really fast, that kind of walks you through some basics about regular expressions in general and regular expressions in JavaScript. So, but you'll notice there's no videos there. So my intention is for today, it is approximately, I don't have a clock anywhere, 11:04 a.m. Eastern time. I would say I've got at least 2 hours in me here till 1 p.m. and we'll see how energy and time and all that goes. So I'm hoping to get through a lot of this content. In a moment, I'm just going to make a list over on, I've got a whiteboard over here. If you haven't watched this before, there's a whiteboard over there. I'm going to make a list of kind of the different topics that I want to hit. And I kind of need to come up with a coding challenge to end today's set of topics. Okay, now. But before I do any of that, what I would like to do is share some things that, people who are, I give an assignment, I'm starting this now, I'm giving an assignment, which of course you don't have to do. This is all like optional viewing doing, but I'm giving you kind of an exercise if you want to follow this as if you were taking a course. And last week I gave an assignment which was to do a text mashup. text input, mash it up, text output, and I talked about different examples. Jackson Maclow's Diastic, the French collective of writers called Oulipo, who have done all sorts of experimental algorithmic writing. And so I want to go and show you a couple things that were made by patrons who are in the Slack channel. So this is going to require a little bit of, put on some music, a little bit of acrobatics for me because I was really rushing to just go live and I didn't get these links prepared. But I have my Slack over here on this screen, and this screen is what you're seeing. I've got to just go and look at the links and then put them over here. So here we go. Let's see. Okay, wait, no. Okay, so I got to find my Slack. Yeah, somebody is in the chat is telling me I look a little more white than usual. Do I look like sort of pale and sickly? Because there's a new light here. I could turn it off. I thought this would help. Hold on. Tell me if this is better. So I turned that light off. I don't know if it's better or worse with that light. Okay, let me go here. Okay, so first homework I will show is by, still a little white, is by Codevinsky. Codevinsky, I don't know if you're watching, but I'm going to show your work right now. So I'm going to go to codepen.io/Codevinsky/full, I need a better system for this, SKVNOG. Okay, so I'm going to do what it says. I'm going to turn off my music here. I'm going to get the chat back going. White balance is generally off. I look pink. I don't know what to do here. I'm going to turn this light on just to make it a little brighter. I'll turn it on. Actually, I have an idea. You guys can bear with me. Wait. I have these are these LED lights. And I have a little rose-colored, you can't really see this because of the green screen, but I have a little rose-colored filter that came with it. This is, by the way, what I'm using the crowdfunding money for, trying to buy better lights. I'm not really good at video production, so perhaps someday. Let's see. How do I look now? I think that's perfect, right? Okay. I'm definitely going to show Guillaume's. Yes. Okay. So let's just start typing and press enter. Hello. My name is Dan. Ah, it works. So you can see this is super interesting here. So first we got a couple things going on here. Normally, by the way, if I was teaching a class, or doing a workshop, there would be like an actual discussion. So I don't know how to make, unfortunately, the only thing I can think of to do right now is like randomly talk about my reaction to this. But we'll see if we can figure out ways to make this a little bit more interactive. But you can see here I wrote, hello, my name is Dan. And you can see, hello, thy same is Doug. Hulkmeyer fame is none. I kind of have this, I asked Codevinsky, and I'm going to go back to my Slack channel. Oh, now there's too many messages here. I can't find it. So I'm going to encourage you guys to explore this, to think about how it's done. One, I don't know if Codevinsky is actually using this particular library. But there is a library which I will show more about at some point in the next however many weeks called Rita.js. And Rita is a text generation JavaScript library. And it allows you, it has a lot of machine readable dictionaries as part of it. It does all sorts of analysis of text for you. And you can see what's super interesting here is we're getting words that sound like what I started with, and then visualizing them in some way. Hello, my name is Dan. So it's not exactly rhyming. It's not exactly, it's like this sort of like similar sounding, which I think is an interesting, exciting work. So you can look, this is on CodePen. You can find this link and you can look at the source code of how it was done, and you can contact Codevinsky and tell and say how much you love the work. Okay. Yes, I believe Codevinsky, I recall that Rita was used for this. Okay, so now I'm going to go next to the Slack here, and I'm going to find, this is Guillaume's work. So now I'm going to look at Guillaume's work, which is pelletieroger.github.io, that's my French pronunciation, with -kerouac. So let's take a look at this. Okay, I love this. So this is called Cutting Up Sound in the Woods. And let's first read this description. 25 words are chosen randomly in the poem Sounds in the Woods by Jack Kerouac. The original text is a mix of cryptic passages and various onomatopoeias meant perhaps to conjure up buzzing insects and other forest noises. Cutting up this abstract sensory poem generates shorter poems with a similar feel. So this is, it looks like what Guillaume has done here is take inspiration from William Burroughs' cut-up method, which is something I discussed last week on the stream. I don't know whether, I would imagine this is done programmatically, and it sounds like, what is the algorithm? Here's an existing text. Pick 25 words out of it at random. And I think this is something you can really think about. I don't know that that's exactly the algorithm, but let's say it is. What are some other ways you could riff off of that? What happens if you get almost like arbitrarily specific? Like, okay, well, take out 10 nouns and 5 verbs, or take out only the words that start with a vowel, or take out only the words that end with the letter T, or that have these combinations in them, or that have a positive sentiment versus a negative sentiment. How can you? What types of strange and arbitrary rules might you apply to this kind of cut-up? And I like that there's also a text visualization element here. This is not something that I'm spending a lot of time on in these tutorials that I'm making over the course of this fall time that I'm doing this. But you can see here that a lot of the ideas, not only can you sort of generate the text, but you can also choose to visualize it or animate it. And if you're interested in how to make tree-like structures like this, you can go back. I have a lot of videos about algorithmic botany as a topic, so to speak. So this is great. So I think if I refresh this, you're going to see we get different ones, and I'm gonna read one of them to you. Let's refresh one more time. Stockings through scree of Abdi Rabiam. Visit Daria Popa. Terre bird Silamonte Tsipotil. Diliacham everything wood stump. My wood stump with where to bird money ant. Okay, so great work. This is really fun to see. I also just love the sort of thoughtfulness. There's a recut button down here, and you can see the credits. If you're interested in looking at the source poem and the source code, you can think out down there. So this is a really nice example also of something that I talked about last week, which is a kind of self-documenting work. I mean, this might sound sort of trivial and obvious to you, but I notice this with students and projects that people make. Sometimes you make something, you do it, and then you write a blog post about it. And kind of as an exercise, you can think about how does the project document and explain itself, either inherently in that it's just intuitive, or in that you kind of frame it with some context and description and that sort of thing. Okay, great work. All right, I think there's one more that got posted in the Slack by Kay Wichman. And I'm looking for that now. Sorry everybody, I'm trying to find it. Here it is. Okay, and I believe this one is going to generate us a haiku. Okay, kwitchman.github.io/my_A2z /week01/haiku. Okay, so let me make this a little bigger. This is a haiku generator, and it says it's a modification of the diastic word generator. So you might recall the diastic taking a seed phrase and looking for words with characters that have the same position as the words in the seed phrase, so that the output takes the form of a haiku. So this is interesting. Not only just using the diastic to get whatever you get, but making sure the syllables somehow match up with a haiku. And I believe that this particular example is using the syllable counting algorithm that I have in the flesh index example from last week's stuff. But you could also use something like a library like Rita.js, which will give you syllable information. A piece of cardboard just fell from in my peripheral vision in the other room there, but so that was kind of a bit of a surprise to me. Okay, so let's run this. The source text is H.P. Lovecraft's At the Mountains of Madness. Okay, so let's see what we get here. Now, can I make this work? I don't see a haiku. I think I have to hit enter. If anyone's watching, if you can tell me what I'm doing wrong to make this work. Maybe I just have to type it. when I looked at this before, it was working. This project has demo-itis, which means it's a sickness that it works until it needs to be demonstrated. I have to edit it, I think. Okay, let's try this again. Let's try seed. There we go. We made it work. So we can see. Now let's read this haiku. Speech because the hand, sufficient way the hand, small, we are leading soil. I don't know about you guys, but I feel just sort of like a nice feeling of relaxation, zen. Everything's going to be okay today. Regular expressions are strange puzzles and weird things, but here we go. You know what I've been thinking about is, what is it about Bob Ross as a true inspiration and somebody that I'm a huge fan of Bob Ross videos. I used to watch them. You could just sort of watch them and relax and go into this sort of like Zen trance-like state. I think if you watch my videos, that effect does not happen. I think a like sort of manic panic state kind of comes. So I'm trying to see if I can momentarily channel relaxation and happy little words and happy little things, and we can all just kind of have a happy little day. Okay. All right, so great. So thanks for those of you for the folks who shared these works. I encourage you, more of you, to share things you're making that I can share in the live streams. I don't need to just share people who are subscribed to the Slack. I'm happy to share anyone who just tweets me something they've made, and I'll pick a few things to show at the beginning of every week. All right, it's about 11:15. Let's keep on moving here. Someone in the chat writes, who the heck is Bob Ross? So of course, this is a very reasonable question to ask. Certainly if you're not my age and not from the United States, you might not be familiar with Bob Ross, who is no longer alive, but Bob Ross was a painter who created a television show that ran on PBS, Public Broadcasting System here in the United States, called The Joy of Painting. And he would just paint beautiful things. He had a very iconic frizzy hair, which I recently read was actually a perm. Somebody mentioned to me, so I thought, maybe I'll get my hair permed. And he would just say all the most wonderful things. And I think you can watch Bob Ross on Twitch or on YouTube or even on Netflix. Okay. I'm sure if you Google, you'll find out more. Okay. And there's a homage to Bob Ross in that Coding Rainbow trailer video. Okay, so let me come over to the whiteboard here. Let me give you a little music. So this is random, this is noise, Perlin noise that is. In the core random algorithm, the actual random algorithm itself, those numbers aren't related at all. You pick, I'm picking random numbers between 0 and 10. 9, 2, 7, 6, okay. 1, so actually, 5, 4, 8, I was going 9, to... 2, 1, 3. I picked 9 a lot, apparently. But with Perlin noise... Not really good. I'm trying to... I set up a new sort of sound thing, and let's see... Okay, it does seem to be working. I have these bumpers from the theme song. I like this one. Okay, so I actually was going to make this list on the whiteboard, but let me fix something here. Because I'll fix it later. I was going to make this list on the whiteboard of the things that I want to cover today, and then I was reminded that there's a list in the syllabus. And I realize there's some mistakes here, but I'll get to that later. So, okay. So what I first want to do is define what a regular expression is, and talk about it in general. Then what I want to do is talk about metacharacters. What different metacharacters are. I want to look at quantifiers. I need to edit this. I'm going to just do this here. Quantifiers, character classes, capturing groups, and back reference. And then I also want to, there is the look ahead, look behind, but I'm probably going to skip that for today. There was one other thing here that I think is important. Alternation. And then capturing groups and back references. And this I'm actually going to look in Atom. So basically what I want to do is talk about regular expressions entirely in a vacuum without reference to any programming or code, and use them and demonstrate them using the Atom text editor without any programming or code. And after I do that, then I'll move to looking at how, and let me just fix one more thing on this syllabus because it's irritating me that I have a mistake here, that there needs to be a line break here. And that then what I want to do is look at how regular expressions work in JavaScript. There are functions like test, search, match, exec. How do those functions work? Split and replace are fundamental functions, string manipulation functions that use regular expressions that I will use continuously over and over again in all sorts of text generation analysis things. Then I want to show you replace. Now one thing, now regular expressions, again, exist on their own. You can do regular expressions in Perl, which is kind of native to Perl as regular expressions. Python, in Java. If you want to have a bad day, go and try to learn how to do regular expressions in Java. You can come and talk to me after it, and I will help you through this time of your life. But regular expressions in Java are kind of a nightmare. I find it somewhat comforting because I'm like a weird Java lover. But you shouldn't be like me. Be like yourself. But one of the things, JavaScript, using regular expressions in JavaScript is pretty good. It's pretty native to JavaScript. You can do a lot of things with them rather fluidly. Some things are a little awkward, but there is one thing that's incredibly powerful that I want to show by the end of today, which is that you can actually pass a callback function to a regular expression. And that's going to sound a little bit weird, but that to me is pretty unique and something you can do with JavaScript and has a lot of really kind of amazing things can come out of that. Then I want to show you also something called randexp.js, which Sam Levine showed me last year. Sam Levine is makes all sorts of interesting, crazy projects. Look up Sam Levine on the internet. And I want to show you this, which allows you to do stuff in this sort of like backwards way with regular expressions. Then I need a coding challenge. So think about what one thing that I really would like to demonstrate is how to take a text, split it up, put it back together, and make separate span elements for each word so you can interact with them individually. And maybe I'll do something with regular expressions in that. So I don't know what it'll be, but think about something simple. Like next week, what I want to show is actually how to do this, and you have this body of text on a web page, and you click on words, and it queries an API and gets a synonym back and replaces it. But what might be something simple that I could do just to like mess with the words with regular expressions? So I'll think about that. And bonjour to France, and how do you say hello in German again? I should know this. Das Vidanya? Okay, well, I'm drawing a blank here for some reason. Add links to text with oh, that's interesting. Okay, well, there's some good ideas in the chat, but I'll have to come back to that later. Okay, so far this stream is not broken, it has not frozen. This is a wonderful thing. I'm going to take a moment here to breathe. Hello, yes, of course, in German is hello. Goodbye in Russian, yes. I know. I'm sorry, that was the worst. Ignoramus American I am. I freely admit it. I did not have we do not have enough international cultural appreciation here in this country. We need to do a better job of that. Auf Wiedersehen would be goodbye in German. I think that's correct, right? Hello from Tokyo. Sayonara would be goodbye. I can't really say hello. Wow, wonderful to see all the countries in the chat. This is amazing. Everyone can join. Okay, thank you, Sandeep, for your comments. Sometimes I see comments repeated over and over again. Try not to do that. It kind of floods the chat a little bit. I do actually, even though I can't read the full chat while the stream is going live, it's too much to do, I do actually kind of scroll through it afterwards just to kind of poke around. So if you really want me to see something, just be aware that I see it. And better yet is to just tweet me at Schiffman, because after the stream is over, I'll look through all those tweets. Okay, so let's see here. Let me come over to the whiteboard. How's the lighting and everything over here? I really need one of these days when I hit the big time, I will have a budget. The studio I have here is great. I want to thank School for Poetic Computation for collaborating with me and building this video studio. You'll hopefully see some other video content coming out of here with alumni of SFPC and other people. If you don't know what that is, you can go to sfpc.io. And also thank you to ITP, itp.nyu.edu. That's where I started doing all of this there. And you know, this wouldn't be possible without their support as well. Okay, so, but I really need some video. You know, there's the YouTube Spaces here in New York, and now I have enough subscribers, I think, that I qualify that I can use it like one day a month, and they have all these weird, like, they have like a submarine set and a dining room set and corporate boardroom. I feel like I should go make some videos there, but it's not a lot of time in the week here. Okay, so let me think about how I'm going to start this. Let's take for a minute. This is just I'm just going to look up. I don't have a regular expression on Wikipedia, and let's read together the first. This is exactly what I was thinking. Regular expression is a sequence of characters that define a search pattern, mainly used for pattern matching with strings or string matching, find and replace algorithms. So this is what it's going to say. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that in modern usage, regular expressions are often distinguished from the derived but fundamentally distinct concepts of regex or regexp. I don't know. To me, I have used all three of those terms interchangeably. What I wanted to look at was the history, because I believe it comes from this idea of regular sets in mathematics, automata theory. Okay, so this is super interesting. So I'm going to read all these links later, but I don't want to bore you guys with me reading you Wikipedia. I always say this. It's like New York One, which is a television station in New York. In the morning, somebody comes on and reads the New York Times, the newspaper, to you. I find that to be so charming. I want to do the equivalent here, like just read you Wikipedia or something. But okay, okay. Mies asked, "What do you do for a job, actually?" So I'm going to answer this question quickly. So I work full time as a teacher at a graduate program at New York University. It's called ITP. I mentioned it a few times. I encourage you to look it up. It's a great program, if anyone's interested in applying there, please let me know. Okay. All right. So what's a good thing for me to start with? So I have an idea. So bear with me for a second. I'm going to get the Atom text editor going. And I'm going to close all this stuff. And remove project folder. Great. Now, new file. So I just want to write, these are some phone numbers. Now, these are United States, whatever. I'm not going to get into international country codes. These are not real phone numbers. Nobody gets too excited. There is a place on the internet. I noticed the other day I published a video, an old video from like a million years ago on a different website that has like my phone number in it. So you guys can, internet detectives can find that. And of course, I'm always reachable at 8675309. 8675309. Okay, that's what I'm referencing here. Okay, so now I want to do find. Now, one thing I would really love to be able to do is to make this bigger down here, but I don't think I can. So I'm going to make this like this. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. And I'm going to turn this on. I'm doing something. I should put some music on while you're waiting because I got to concentrate here. As always, I always forget the this dot, this dot, this dot, this dot. I'm going to do this dot, this dot. I'm going to do this dot, this dot, this dot. I'm going to do this dot, this dot. I'm going to do dot, this dot, this dot, this dot, this dot's on this dot, this dot, this dot. Never forget this dot, this dot, this dot, this dot, this dot's on this dot, this dot, this dot. Never forget this dot, this dot, this dot, this dot. I'm gonna do this dot, this dot. I'm gonna do this dot, this dot, this dot. I'm gonna do this dot, this dot. I'm gonna do dot, this dot, this dot, this dot. Okay, this is what I wanted to start with. So this is a regular expression that matches all of these phone numbers in this particular little document that I typed up, and half an hour limit on camera. What I want to do is start with this as my opening screen to talk about how odd and strange and cryptic regular expressions are. But by the end of this video tutorial, the idea is that this kind of stuff can start to actually make sense to you. So I don't know if this is the best example, but one thing that I found, I did this in class yesterday, and I found that using phone numbers is kind of a good place to start for regular expressions. Okay. So I think I'm ready to finally start content for today. It's 11:30, and I'm going to cycle the cameras. Yeah, one thing I really would like to get is new cameras. These are Canon 5D Mark IIs, and they have this limitation, which is that they power off after 30 minutes. And there's something called Magic Lantern, which is like a firmware that you can do to hack it, and I used it, and I tried to turn off all the settings, but no matter what, they just do it. And so I just live with it. It's like now I'm just so used to it, I don't know what I would do if my cameras didn't shut off after 30 minutes. Okay, right. All right, so it's a little hot in here. I'm gonna have my fans going. Turn this on here. So I'm thinking, so the first video, what I'm going to do is talk about what a regular expression is. Think about the phone number scenario as a thing to start with, and look at start with single character meta characters. So I think that's what I'll do. Then I'll do quantifiers and the other things in separate videos, perhaps. Okay. It's sort of tricky here. In one sense, I could just do one long video, kind of walking through all the pieces of regular expressions. But I think I would like to divide it into chunks, that sort of thing. Yeah, if you Google around, you probably found me posting threads on the internet about how to fix the camera thing. Your life is, the circle of life is complete when you start to Google things, and then all you find are your own web pages. This happens to me all the time. I'm like, how to program this blah, 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 sorting algorithm. And then I get Daniel Schiffman blog post from 4 years ago, and I'm like, oh well, I've entered the matrix. Okay, here we go. Let's get started, everybody.
Ride the colors of code. You can follow the road to coding rainbow.
By the way, at any moment right now, I have the ability to just turn on the theme song. So I could just go to it. So next time I have to do a pee break, what I'm going to do is... But, okay, so here we go. Yes, well, let's see. I'm sorry, I have 114 people are watching, chat's going, sounds good. I cycled the cameras, and here we are. Let's see, which bumper music do I want to use? Hello, welcome to the first video in the sort of... I should never restart, because I feel like the live thing, I want it to seem less, I don't know. I have this thing where it's if I say week 2, is that weird because it makes sense right now, but later in the future, if these videos exist several years from now, does it make sense week 1, week 2? We lost 8 people due to that jingle. Oh, PewDiePie has a meme challenge? How interesting. Okay, I gotta get on. I shouldn't look at the chat. It's too distracting for me. Here we go. Hello, welcome to another programming from A to Z set of videos. And this is the first video in a series of videos all about regular expressions. Regular expressions actually, I don't know if you should be like me, but they are something that I just absolutely adore. They are just fun little puzzle, strange things that you can do to just expand your mind. And you'll find so many, if you look around and look for regular expression games, you'll probably find tons of games people are making on the internet where you try to like solve things with regular expressions, and I encourage you to make your own. But I don't want to go off too long about that. What I want to do in this video is simply talk to you about what a regular expression is. And in fact, what's interesting about this topic is this topic really stands alone. Regular expressions have nothing to do with JavaScript. Well, not that they have nothing to do, but they aren't inherently something that only has to do with JavaScript or Python or Perl or Java or C++ or even programming whatsoever. And in fact, a lot of what I'm going to show you today is how to use regular expressions just as a tool for yourself in a text editor for writing or find and replace and that sort of thing. And you can see, so here's the downside of regular expressions. The downside of regular expressions is that's what they look like. So they're possibly one of the most cryptic, strange-looking things that you could ever possibly create with strings of characters. And this is, in fact, a regular expression that is searching for phone numbers. And you can see here that magical regular expression has found these 3 phone numbers in this particular piece of text, which leads me to the discussion of what a regular expression actually is. I don't know why I'm moving over here, but I'm moving over here anyway. So what is a regular expression? A regular expression is a sequence of characters that indicates, okay, hold on. Pause. Sorry, Mathieu. This whiteboard marker is no good. You know what I need to invest in that wouldn't be so expensive beyond just new cameras would be new whiteboard markers. Let me see if I have one over here. Well, I'm just typing something here to make myself a reminder to get I'm okay, sorry. To get a new whiteboard marker. Okay, so I'm over here. Let's see. Better. Okay. I had this momentum. I don't like losing my momentum. You can keep my weird, when you edit this, Mathieu, you can keep my weird shuffle over to here and then just cut it and cut it back in when I'm here, okay? Maybe I'll just do that again. I'm going to recreate that. I lost my chat. I'm going to recreate that weird shuffle over. I don't know why I'm coming over here, but I am. Okay, a regular expression is a sequence of characters that defines a search pattern in a search pattern for text. So it actually comes, if you look at the history of why these regular expression things exist, read about this on Wikipedia, you'll find that it comes from the mathematical concept of regular sets. It's sort of an interesting side note, but here, really what I want to show you how to use them is how to define a search pattern in a body of text. So let's talk about what this means exactly. Hello, this is coding rainbow, right? Here is text. Okay, now I want to define a search pattern to search inside this text. Here is a regular expression, often referred to as regex for short, regular expression. This is a valid regular expression. It is a pattern. The pattern is as follows. Capital R, followed by lowercase a, followed by lowercase I, followed by lowercase n, followed by lowercase b, followed by lowercase o, followed by lowercase w. And you might think it absurd that I went through that whole thing, but this is exactly how you need to think of regular expressions. You need to look at that sequence of characters and translate what each character means. And in this case, each one of these characters is what's known as a literal character, meaning the pattern that I'm searching for is literally the character capital R followed by literally the lowercase a. So you can imagine what would happen if I go over to, I'm not going to go over there. If I go over to text editor, I hit Command F, I'm searching in the text, I type in rainbow, it'll highlight for me every time rainbow appears. Now, this is unto itself not super powerful yet. When you add the addition of this idea of something called a meta character, meaning a character that does not indicate a single literal character, but a character that indicates some type of more generalized pattern. For example, I could say, I want to match the capital letter R followed by any possible vowel, followed by any possible vowel, followed by any possible consonant, followed by any possible uppercase character, followed by any digit, followed by any white space. You can imagine how you can start to create more and more generic patterns that would match different kinds of text. So let's think about this a little bit more. I'm going to come back over here for a second and point out, let's think about the phone number example. I think it's a useful example to start with. Imagine you had a huge text. You got access to this massive text and you want to publish it, but it has lots of private phone numbers in it. And so what you ultimately want to do is redact the phone numbers. So you need a way of searching throughout the text for every phone number. But you can't say literally, I want to search for not the actual numbers. You have to say, I want to search for something like, I want to search for 3 numbers followed by either a dash or a dot, followed by 3 numbers, followed by either a dash or a dot, followed by 4 numbers. Oh, and it's possible the first 3 numbers could have parentheses around them. And this, by the way, is exactly what this particular regular expression is doing. So let's go back and unpack this a little bit more, and let me show you what some meta characters are. So I want to keep a running list of meta characters. And I think I'm just kind of, in this video, I'm just sort of introducing the topic. And I'm going to talk about this phone number example. And in the next video, I'm going to kind of start to go through the pieces of regular expressions a little more one by one. So I might jump around a little bit here, but then I'm going to go through them one by one. I think that's going to work. OK, so let's think about the phone number example. So the text that I'm looking in has this in it, 917-555-1234 and 646.8675309. OK, so how do I want to create now a pattern that will match these. So what could I say? And let's make a list of meta characters over here. So first thing I want to match is any digit. So guess what? Backslash D means any digit 0 through 9. Backslash D followed by backslash D followed by backslash D followed by what? Now, in this case, it's always followed by a dash. So dash, let's erase this. So this is meta character, meta character, meta character, literal character, backslash D, backslash T, backslash T, dash, backslash D, backslash D, backslash D, backslash D. So this means search for any text that matches 3 digits followed by a dash, followed by 3 digits, followed by a dash, followed by 4 digits. So now what I want to do is actually show you this running in the wild. So one of the things you can do in most text editors, so for example, the Atom text editor, the Sublime text editor, a lot of things, tools that you might use have, when you do the Command F for find, there's often a little button there that allows you to search by regular expression. So let's look at that. So I'm going to come back over here. And I'm going to delete this. We'll make this happen later. I'm going to do this. So pretend I'm like this. Pretend I'm like this. I am like this. Pretend that other stuff didn't exist a moment ago. And now what I'm going to do is do Command F. So normally I might do something like this. OK, type in phone. And you can see it highlighted phone for me. And I realize this text down here is very, very small. I'm going to try to zoom into it when I remember. But Atom doesn't I can't seem to figure out a way to make that text bigger. So I could also search for 917-555. And you can see I'm searching literally for this particular phone number. Now, what I said is I could do /D/D/D. Now look at this. Notice this just looks like this is actually looking for literally /d/d/d. In order to enable regular expressions, I need to go all the way over here. See this button? And it says use regex. So that button enables regular expressions in the search. And incidentally, why is it dot star? So 2 more meta characters. Dot means any character. I've got the wrong whiteboard marker again. And star is what's known as a quantifier. And again, I'm going to go through this stuff in sequence, meaning 0 or more. So this dot star, which you've probably seen, like, oh, I want to look for all of my files called rainbow.star. That means it could be rainbowcat.png or rainbowhappiness.jpg or rainbowessay.doc, right? Any file, right? Rainbow.star. This is often referred to as a wildcard, and it is, in fact, it comes from regular expressions. This is a regular expression. It means I want to match rainbow followed by any number of any characters. Wildcard, anything, 0 or more, anything. This matches absolutely everything in the known universe. This regular expression matches the universe. Okay, so that's where that comes from. Back over to here, we can see here dot star. So now I'm using regular expressions. As soon as I do that, and I come back over here, can I come back over here? Oops. Ah. Oh, I have to enable it. You can see this is now highlighted. So the syntax highlighting will happen for you, and you can see that it has now matched all of these groups of 3 characters. Now notice how it's still matching. Let's say I only want to match groupings of 3 numbers. Notice how it's matching 530 with the 9 afterwards. So what could I do here? I could say, oh, well, I only want to match 3 numbers followed by a dash. So you can see here now I'm matching only 3 numbers followed by a dash. I could say a dash or followed by anything. Okay, well, that's not really right. So I'm going to have to, over the course of the next few videos, I'm going to show you all of the pieces of things that are part of a regular expression and create a bunch of different scenarios and examples to show you a bunch of examples of regular expressions. And by the end, you should have a sense of how they work. Then I'm going to show you how to use these regular expressions in code, in JavaScript specifically, and do a couple coding challenges around text manipulation with those regular expressions. Okay, so I hope this gave you the basic idea and how to use them in Atom, and I'll be seeing you in future regular expression videos, maybe. Okay, thanks for watching. Okay, all right, so that was the first, I got item number 1 sort of out of the way here. And what I think I want to do now is, okay, let me organize myself over here. And I'm going to keep track of, this will be for, I'm going to set myself up for the next piece of this, which is that, and where's that whiteboard marker? Algorithm for code. So Zerg in the chat has a suggestion. Oops, I'm in the wrong camera. Algorithm for coding challenge. Create the first branch by using the length of the seeding word and draw that word to get with that length. Interesting. I like that idea. Okay, so let me think about this. So by the way, I think the way where I put this light was like terrible. There's all this like shadow. So I don't know. I put this here, way too much shadow. This is the light, by the way. Well, I could just walk around like this. Hello. I think I'm just going to stick it here and point it at the wall and have it bounce off the wall for a little additional brightness. By the way, somebody, I can't remember the person's name, gave me great advice about how to get floodlights in here, and I never was able to implement that. Someday. Is this fan going? Yeah. Okay, sorry. Regular expressions is the topic. And I want to look at meta characters. And I want to make a list of single car and quantifiers and position. I think I'll do these 3 in one video. So I think I'll do single character meta characters, quantifiers, and position. And I'm obviously not going to get to all of them, but I think this will be useful. And then I'll do character classes in a separate video, character classes and alternation in a separate video, and then capturing parentheses in another video. I think that makes sense. Zerg Rush Joe asks, is there a place I can post all of my coding challenge ideas? Yes. If you go to github.com/codingrainbow, there is a Rainbow Topics repository, and you can post coding challenge ideas in the GitHub issues threads. Okay. Oops. And again, I always forget to change the camera. Okay, so I think this will work. All right, so here we go. I think let's cycle the cameras. How's everybody doing? Okay? Everybody relaxed, feeling zen? Do we need to like happy little regular expressions? Is that what's happening today? I feel like doing like some sort of whole, this sort of motion. I need more music. Send me your music. Send me your Creative Commons licensed music. Okay, here we go. Okay. Sorry, I like this one. Hello, welcome to another video about regular expressions. Okay, so in this video, what I want to do is talk about a whole bunch of specific meta characters that you can use in a regular expression. Now, I should note that there are what's commonly referred to as different flavors of regular expressions. So depending on the context that you're using the regular expression, like the Atom editor, or I'm using a regular expression in my JavaScript program, or in my Python program, there will be subtle differences in how the in what the meta characters are. So I'm using for lack of a better, I'm using the meta characters that work in JavaScript. I'm using the JavaScript flavor. I think it might taste a little like blueberries for these regular expression videos. So what I want to do is just sort of talk through more in order, in sequence, what some meta characters are. So just to remind you, we have this idea of literal characters. Like I want to match literally the character A, and we have this idea of meta characters. I want to match any character of this kind, so to speak. So in this particular video, there's more than just this, and I'm obviously not going to get to everything completely. I want to look at single character, meta characters, something called a quantifier, and something called a position. And I've just realized I can't remember which is which, so I'm gonna say what some of these are, and then I'm gonna quickly check the chat that's going on because it's being recorded live, even though you might not be watching it live, and I'll see if I got it right. But I might get these wrong. I might get a lot of stuff wrong, but anyway. And I obviously won't list every single meta character, but I will provide you in the video's description with links to where you can find more stuff about this. So we saw, by the way, that /d is a meta character that indicates any digit, any value, any character 0 through 9. Okay, /d. And so one thing you'll notice is some meta characters are indicated because just d is a literal character. So just d is a literal character, / is indicating that I want the meta character d for digit. Here's another one that's really useful. \w, lowercase w, that's very important, is any character capital A through Z, lowercase a through Z, and 0 through 9. The W stands for word. So in essence, this is any character that you might find as part of a word, any letter or number. \s, any white space. What could this match? This could match a space, a tab, a space or a tab. Probably some other things too. Anything that's white space. I'm not including line break here, even though it can match a line break, but whether or not a regular expression will match across different lines is a bit of a strange thing. So yeah, and involves a flag, a setting that you have to set in how you use a regular expression. I'll get to that later when I talk about flags. What are some other ones? Pause. Let me. I'm drawing a blank here. Let me go back to my. I'm just going to look at it. I want to leave my computer the way. I'm just looking over here in my notes on regular expressions on a different computer. Just because I kind of. Oh, and I'm in the wrong screen. Just because I want to leave this computer with this view. Let me just look here. Yeah, word boundary position. Oh. That's actually, yes, the dot. That's, I got, tab, new line, form feed, end of line, carriage return. Huh, okay. All right. Let me come back over here. Another meta character that's very key is, and I talked about this in the previous video, is dot. This matches any character whatsoever. Any character whatsoever. I don't know if that is in the technical description of regular expressions, the word whatsoever, but I just want to emphasize it. So this is kind of a strange one to use, and you've got to be very careful because there's this concept that I'll get to later of this greedy regular expression that just, it can't, so whoa, hey, I just got like three-pointer over there. It landed in this little box. It just can't stop eating and matching, dot, 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 match everything. So, okay. All right, now an interesting thing about these particular characters, /d/w/s, is these are lowercase. And if you are, and I guess I'm going to kind of like take up, if you use /W or /S, this means anything that's not a word character. Anything that's not one of these characters, or anything that's not white space. And this can be very useful. I want to match any non-white space character. So that's one thing I think I'll mention. And I don't know, I would assume, actually I don't know that this, I have to check this. If you do \D, is that anything that's not a digit? I would think so. So these are, I think, some key single characters for you to look at. Let's actually go and come over here and like type some of these in and see what happens. Okay, so I'm going to type in /W, and you can see that matches everything. What if I just look for any sequence of 3 characters in a row? And you can see the sort of strange thing that's going on here. Because it matched the THE, it doesn't match the HES because HE is already part of this match. If you want to match both of those, you're going to have to do some other kind of acrobatics to do that. But you'll notice how that sort of works. It matches the SOM, but not the OME. But I could add a 4th one, and we could see, hey, here are any sequence of 4 word characters in a row. Here is a digit followed by a word character, followed by a digit, followed by a word character. And by the way, that matches these, but it would also match if I put this in here, or if I put this in here. You can see how we can use these single character meta characters to make generic matches. Now, there isn't a ton that we can do just by knowing these, but I would like to just see how the white space works very briefly. Here is me matching all white space. You can see I've matched all white space, or this is matching only 2 white space in a row, and you can see, oh no, I think I put 2 spaces after my period. I can't do it. I found sound effect, horrible failure there. Okay, I'm gonna. So now, by the way, I found anywhere in my. This is how you, by the way, can get rid of all of your 2 spaces after a period, which I believe I really should be putting 1 space after a period, according to something I saw on the internet at one time. Anyway, okay, so let's come back over here, and you can see that something that I've been doing a lot is I've been saying, I want to match 3 word characters in a row, or 3 digit characters in a row. So this, by the way, is where quantifiers come in. So quantifiers are meta characters that modify the previous character in the regular expression and say how many of those things you want to match in a row. We saw that asterisk or star is 0 or more. Plus is 1 or more, so at least 1. Question mark is 0 or 1, so is like optional. And then you can also use curly brackets with minimum, comma, maximum, or just a single number n. So these are, at least in my head, I might be missing one. These are the basic quantifiers. So we can match single characters, and we can quantify those single characters, how many in a row to match. So let's go back over here and come back to this, and I can say, for example, I want to find all 5-letter words. See this regular expression? I want to find all 5-letter words in my text. And you can see, there we go. Now, this didn't really work. Why? Because it matched this. Because it's just matching 5 word characters in a row. So how could I say 5-letter words? Well, one way I could do it is all 5-letter words, all sequences of 5 characters followed by white space. Now you can see, I got this because it's followed by white space, which is at the end. That's no good. So I could also say it has to be white space followed by 5 letters, followed by white space. Oh, but these doesn't have white space in the beginning. So I'm leading to something that I'm going to show you. There's a really nice way you can look for words of certain length or words that match certain properties. But I can see here how I can. This is a way of matching. Whoops. One or more word characters in a row. We can see how I could say a word character followed by 1 or more digits, which again, you can see what that matches. So these are ways that you can quantify it. And let me show you. Let me try to create an example of something like a word that I might. Let's say I want to match the name John, and it could be spelled or join. No. Let's just do this. Let's do this. So the reason why I thought of this is because John, you might spell it John or just Jon. And so cut. Somebody give me a better. Can I just say cut? Let me not. I don't want to use this example. Somebody give me a better example than a male name that I could do something similar, like a word that can, color. Like, yeah, rainbow for color. This is good. Okay, this is going to have to be edited somehow. Okay, I'm getting very hot. Let's say okay. This is going to be an awkward edit. Apologize, Mathieu. Let's say I want to match the word color. So the colors of the rainbow have many colors, and the rainbow does not have a single color. So, so look, this is now, I want to match anytime the word color, spelled C-O-L-O-U-R, or colors, or anytime the word color or colors appears, color singular or plural, spelled O or spelled O-U. Let's look at how I would do that. So if my regular expression is just color, you can see what I match. So I could say color with an optional U, right? Like that, and with an optional S. So look at this. This regular expression is match C, literally C, followed by 0, followed by L, followed by, not 0. I could have it be also or 0. C, followed by O, followed by L, followed by O, followed by U optionally, followed by R, followed by S optionally. Okay, so you can see here how these quantifiers can be quite useful. Okay, let me come back over here. So these are, where's my whiteboard marker? Here it is. So these are quantifiers. These are ways of indicating how many of a single character you want to use. Now, position is another kind of meta character which matches the position of a character in the string itself. So, for example, there is caret, which means the beginning of a line, I think, and $, which means the end. And also, I'm going to put these in position meta characters, /b, which is known as a word boundary. So these are position meta characters, which can also be incredibly useful. Let's look at some scenarios where these can be useful. Oop, I rang the bell. Okay, so let me come back over here, and I'm going to type some text for you. This is a sequence of words, color, hello, goodbye, go. So what I want to match, so what I want to do is match all the words that are at the beginning of a line. So for example, if I do /w+, you can see how I'm matching all the words here. This is something is about a blah sequence of words, hello and goodbye. What if, however, I say hat? Now you can see I'm saying that hat is a position. Let me show you that again. Hat, caret, something like that. That is a position, a meta character, meaning the beginning of a line followed by one or more word characters. So look what I've been able to match now. Now what I could do is also put end of a line. Now I didn't get anything. What if I take out the caret? You can see I'm getting all the words that are at the end of the line. Notice how I don't get rainbow because of the punctuation mark. So I'd have to do something about that if I wanted to match that. But what if I wanted to match only single words, lines that have one word? So now I could say match caret followed by any sequence of word characters followed by end of line. So you can see now that regular expression matches only words and single because they're the only lines that start and end with a sequence of word characters. So you can see how those position meta characters could be particularly useful depending on what you're doing. Now, another is word boundary. And remember this problem I was having where, okay, well this matches all of the, but what if I want to match, what if I wanted to match only all four-letter words? So you can see this isn't exactly working because I'm getting NUMB. Numbers is actually a 7-letter word, but these are 4 word characters in a row. So something I can do is I can say /b, a word boundary, followed by 4 word characters, followed by /b. And so now you can see this is, now look what it's getting. Some is a 4-letter word. Call is a 4-letter word. Now look at these. A period is also in between. Now I'm saying this is a position meta character because it's not matching the thing after it. It's matching this weird space. The space in between the space in between the T and the period. It's a position, the boundary between a word. And so this is something that different implementations will do slightly differently depending on what environment or context you're in. But it really means, arguably the space in between a word and where it ends. So you can see if I change this to, let's see, anything between 4, 6. Now I've matched all words between 4 and 6 characters. So hopefully this runs you through the basics of what kinds of single character meta characters. I can match a digit, any letter or number. I can match any white space. I can match any character. You might be asking yourself, well, what if I want to match only letters? So we need something called a character class for that, which I'm going to show you in a different video. Quantifiers, which modify how many of these in a row, and position, like the beginning of a line, the end of a line, or the space between a character and another character at the beginning or end of a word. And so if I'm continuing with this thread, let's see now if we can match phone numbers. I want to match /d, 3 digits, followed by a dash, followed by 3 digits, followed by a dash, followed by 4 digits. Whoops. So I'm starting now. This is now my regular expression on the way to matching all phone numbers. And you can see, well, it only matched that one. Why did it only match that one? Because I'm saying it has to be a dash. How would I say a dash or a period. And we need another concept called character classes for that, which I also just mentioned, which I'll cover in the next video. Okay, thanks for tuning in, and hopefully this is helping you get a sense of regular expressions, and I'll see you maybe in the next video. Okay, great. So I think that did the trick. Where am I in my list? I'm not very far in my list, am I? It's not so bad. Okay. Character classes an alternation I'll do in the same video. Give me a minute here to collect my thoughts. Look at the chat. Okay. Let me think about this. This is nice. Do I need to somebody screenshot this? Maybe not, because I'm going to erase it. And yeah, I think I'm going to need to erase it in order to do the next video. It's going to be impossible to get through all this content today. What time is it? It's already 12:10, but I just got to keep moving here. Okay. Oh, you're in the search field, body cam. I don't know what that means. So Chris Jordan asks, does any of that cover look ahead, look behind? I think I'm going to leave out look ahead, look behind for today. I have too much to do. And those are, I think, confusing and less more rarely used. I mean, they are useful and they are important. Maybe I'll come back and try to add those in at a later date. But I'm looking at the list that I have of things that I want to get to. There's just a lot. So I'm going to hold off on those, but I should mention those. But it's a great question. Alternation, I don't know, maybe I'm not using that. So alternation is the pipe symbol or. I don't know if that, maybe I'm not using the right term for that, but anyway, I'm going to get to it in this particular video. Okay. All right, so here we go. I guess I will start with this. Hello, welcome to the third video about regular expressions. I'm actually pretty excited about regular expressions, and I'm especially excited about this video because now I think after this one I'm going to have all the tools that I need to match all of those phone numbers. So let's look at the next piece here. I've talked about position metacharacters, single character metacharacters, quantifiers, and now I want to talk about character classes. So character classes, a character class is stuff that appears in between square brackets. And this is one way. I'm going to talk about two things in this video. I don't know if this is the right term, but I'm going to talk about character classes and alternation. So alternation, these are two different ways of saying, of having an or-like operation. Meaning, if I say this, A, B, C, match an A or a B or a C. Okay? That's a character class. Match, right? This also matches a dash or a period. Now, one thing that's important to realize, and there's so much funny business and little things to remember and look up, but mostly you're going to have to look up this stuff or mess around and get it wrong a lot. But remember, dot is a metacharacter. Dot is a metacharacter that means any character. So why doesn't this match a dash or any character? Well, it turns out that dot inside of a character class is no longer that metacharacter. Instead, it's a literal dot. And I should also mention, and I really should have done this in the last video, I just realized I just forgot, that if I want to match a literal dot, that's not in a character class. Like if I want to match email addresses, so I want to match anything that's like dot, oh, and this is actually going to be perfect for this. Like, so this is a scenario that I want to do. What if I want to match anything .net or .com or .org? Now, obviously, there can be more than just that for email addresses, but this is a good start. So alternation is going to be a way to allow us to say or net or com or org. But how do I match the actual dot? \dot means literal dot. So if you have a meta character Like for example, a bracket is now a meta character. So, but if I want to match a literal bracket, I have to say / bracket. So it's a way of escaping it. So I'm going to come back to the email address. We'll get to that in a minute. But so these are character classes. Match any one of these characters. Let's look at a little bit about how this works. Let me come back over here. Let me open up Atom again. And let me try to like make some character classes. So what I want to match is, let's think about the, I'm going to make up something. I'm going to match L, Y, or I, N, K. So what is this going to match? L followed by the character class YI followed by NK. And I'm going to type some stuff here. The link is quite a link, don't you think? So you can see, what did that do? It matches both LYNK and LINK based on the way that we have this character class. So I could say, or a space, or a parentheses. You know, all this stuff would work. I don't know why I would want to do this, but I could say L space NK, L parentheses NK. I don't know why that didn't work. Oh, L. I don't know what I got wrong there. Oh, other way parentheses. Right? So I can use a character class to match any one of these characters. Okay, so let's go back to the phone number for a second. Look now, remember what I had before? I had 3 digits followed by a dash followed by 3 digits, right? Look what that's matching, 917-555. Now, what if I down here change that to followed by either a dash or a dot? Dash or a dot. Look at this. Now I've matched, and let me put this back to make these phone numbers. You can see now I've matched both of these phone numbers. Except weirdly, I'm getting something weird here. So we got to be a little bit better about this. Let's match now, followed by a dash or a dot, followed by 4 digits. Now look what I've got. I've got this phone number and this phone number. Now I know you can't see the regular expression. Let me just show this to you again. 3 digits followed by a dash or a dot, followed by 3 digits, followed by a dash or a dot, followed by 4 digits. Now we're talking. Now we're cooking. I can match any possible phone number where it's of this form in this article. But look at this. There's also these parentheses. How do I deal with that? Okay, well, optionally, I could start with an open parentheses. So let me do this. Optionally. Now look at this. Invalid regular expression. Why? So a parentheses, we're going to see in a moment, is part of this thing called alternation. So I need to say I want to match optionally a literal parentheses. And then after the phone number, instead of the dash or the dot, the first one, it could also be a closed parentheses. But inside the character class, I don't need to escape the parentheses. Oh boy. But look at this. Now I've matched all 3 of them. So you might have to pause this video, copy that down. And you really should you should make up a song or talk yourself slowly through a regular expression. And I'm going to do it for you. We're going to have a moment here where we're going to read this regular expression. I would like to match a literal open parentheses optionally, followed by 3 digits, followed by a dash or a period or a closed parentheses, followed by 3 digits, followed by a dash or a period, followed by 4 digits. So this is the kind of thing you need to try to translate. And one way of also creating regular expressions is to iterate. So I could have written this in a more long-winded way and then shortened it and shortened it and shortened it kind of over time. And maybe we'll see that process as I do more and more examples. Okay, so we're moving through this. I think I've kind of covered now for you what a character class is. Oh, and I missed something really important. This dash is that, okay, so special characters inside of a character class are dash and caret. Let's look at how those work. So even though this dash in this particular scenario is matching a literal dash, it can work a different way. So let me show you what I mean by that. I want to match, I'm going to try to get closer here. I want to match any dash. Now notice in the character, any dash or period. So you can see I'm matching any dash or period. But I'm going to show you something else. I want to match A dash Z. If the dash is not the first character, it does not mean a literal dash. Instead, it means any character A through Z. So look at this. I'm matching any character A through C, right? I'm matching an A or a B or a C. I can also say, or any character 0 through 5. So now I am matching, right? I could say I want to match only phone numbers that have the number 0 through 5, sequences of 3 numbers only with the numbers 0 through 5. So notice how I've matched 212 and 555, but I did not match 646 because 646 has a 6 in it, which is not a character 0 through 5. Let me show you something crazy. Remember how I said, so dash is a special character inside a character class. Caret is also a special character. Let me come back over here, and I want to show you what happens if I put caret here. What did I now match? Anything that's not a 0 through 5, which is actually kind of insane because in my mind, you can easily forget these things. I thought I was going to get sequences of numbers that aren't 0 through 5, but this just means anything except 0 through 5. So this means like any character except A, B, or C. Right? I'm matching including spaces, including numbers, including periods, including punctuation. So you can negate the character class if the caret symbol is the first symbol. If the caret symbol is in the middle, it's just A or caret or B or C. It's literal. And Adam is helping us along by color coding when something's a meta character and not color coding when it's not a meta character. Okay, so I think I'm kind of all the way through the character class thing. I did realize, though, that something is going on here, which is that I want to match, let me just show this to you, right? I want to match any character A through Z. Oh, look at this. Notice that this matched capital T, even though I'm lowercase a dash z. Now, usually the default is going to be the other way around. And here the context is I'm using Adam. So in this case, over here, I can make this regular expression case sensitive by clicking this match case. And now you'll see that I'm not matching any capital letters. But if I wanted to match only capital letters, I could say A dash Z. So this, by the way, is now a regular expression. Here we go. To match any 4-letter words only with characters in them. So not, and right, only with characters with them. So this will not match, oops, L3NK. But if I change this instead of A to dash W, it'll match. So dash W includes numbers and characters. If I only want characters, I need to write a character class like all capital A through Z, all lowercase a through Z. Now, here's what I could do. Let's be better about this. Let's say I want to match a single capital letter followed by 1 or more lowercase letters. So you can see now I've matched only capitalized words. And I didn't match, actually, though, if A something is the right. I didn't match A, but I could make, instead of followed by 1 or more lowercase letters, I could put a star there, 0 or more, and now I matched A. So you can see, if you want to look, oh, there's something going on here. So by the way, this was considered a word boundary right in here. So we'd have to change our regular expression a little bit if we didn't want to allow something followed by an apostrophe. Okay. All right, so we're moving along here. There's a little bit more that I want to cover in this video, which is something called alternation. So character class is a way of kind of stringing an or, A or B or C, or anything not A or B or C. But there's another way to have an or, and you need parentheses for that, and you need a pipe symbol. So remember when I was saying I want to try to match emails? So I could say net or com. So this is not saying N or E or T. This is saying NET or COM. So this pipe symbol, and this looks a lot more like programming. I think this might be referred to as alternation, having a memory of reading the word alternation in Jeffrey Friedel's Math During Regular Expressions book, which I highly recommend. Net or com. So let's look and see how this works. I'm going to come back over here. I'm going to write a bunch of emails, daniel@schiffman.net or daniel.schiffman@gmail.com. Here's all my email. At nyu.edu. There. Now I'm going to get a lot of emails from people, I guess. So let's try to match any of these email addresses. Okay? I should have written fake email address. Here, I'll just spell my name wrong. Nah, whatever, it's fine. So let's think about this. What I want to match is any word characters, one or more, I'm sorry, I'm not in this, I'm blocking it. One or more word characters followed by what? An @ symbol, followed by one or more word characters, followed by a literal dot, not any character, followed by a literal dot, \dot, followed by net or com or edu. And look, oh, look at this. I forgot that an email address can have a dot in it as well. So look what it matched. So let's try to fix that. So in here, I guess I can say any number of word characters or a dot. Will it let me do that? Yes. So I can put that meta character in the, so you can see now I've matched any email address. If I took out this edu, you can see that. Now I could have just done something like, anyway, we can make this more generic, but you can see how this works, right? So this is, you can see how these regular expressions, and by the way, here's, regular expressions, one way you can use them is like form validation. Oh, you didn't type in a valid email. Hopefully after you watch these videos, you're going to come up with some more creative and experimental uses of regular expressions, but that's one place that they are used, certainly in code and that sort of thing. Okay, so I think that brings me to the end here. A side effect that you're gonna see in the next video is that when you use parentheses, you also get this thing that happened that is called capturing groups, and then you can do all sorts of interesting things with find and replace and something called a back reference, and that's stuff that I'm going to show you in the next video. Okay, so thanks for watching this one, and all there is more regular expressions to come. Okay. Yeah, by the way, I don't mind putting my email here because it's easily findable on my website and I don't answer it anyway. I do. I really try to answer my email, but I don't know how to maintain it at this point because I'm kind of overloaded with stuff. So I recommend contacting me through Twitter. Or joining the Patreon and the Slack channel is a good way. All right. I can use a lower. Oh, that's interesting. So Vorney in the chat writes, you can say A-Z, and this gives you all uppercase and lowercase. That's great to know. I don't know why I didn't know that or do that, but you can see that definitely works. Okay, that's good to know. Should have mentioned that. I know I'm standing in front of this a lot. Okay. All right. So let's see. Now, what is on my list here next? Alternation, capturing groups and back reference. So this is the last thing that I want to do before I start looking at regular expressions in JavaScript themselves. And we're at 12:30. I'm actually things are moving along here a little better than I had imagined. I think I'm guessing I'm probably going to be here for another hour, and I'll probably after this take a short break. By short break, I mean like 1.5 minutes to get some water and use the bathroom and that sort of thing, because I've been live streaming now for an hour and a half. Knock on wood, the stream has not frozen yet. I think maybe the solution was not to try to stream to Facebook and Twitch and YouTube all at the same time. So. All right. So I want to talk about back references, capturing, and groups. Okay. All right, let's see here. I think, how's my whiteboard marker? Probably drying out. Yeah, cool game too, Bass. I was streaming to Facebook Live as well as YouTube just to see if people found it through that, but I stopped doing that. They're not really a great reason to do that. Okay. Intermission is coming up soon. Let's see. Oh no, wait. I'm like, oh, you're gonna see through my never mind. There's a green stripe on the laptop, so you can kind of see through it. Okay, let's see here. All right, everything's going. Everything's going. You're still there. I'm still here. I haven't really done much dancing today. I don't remember what sound effects I have here. I haven't forgotten my... Oh, that didn't play. Interesting. Oh, never mind. Oh, because the volume's down in that. Okay. All right. Let's talk about capturing groups now. And I think I'll come back to here. And hold on, I want to prepare something for this, which is, this is some text with double words, sum of where I am not sure why I am typing. Okay. Okay. Rainbow, unicorn. Okay. I need this for an exercise that I have in mind with the double words. Okay. All right. Here we go. I don't know if these little bumper tunes at the beginning have any value whatsoever, but I'm trying them anyway. Hello, welcome to another regular expression video. Can you believe it? Here we are again talking about regular expressions. I can't believe it. This is my life, isn't it? Anyway. Okay, so in this video I want to talk about something called capturing groups and back references. Kind of ominous, weird sounding, but they're very powerful, very interesting, and you can use them. This is really where you start to get into exciting stuff you can do for experimental, strange, regular expression, poetry stuff. Okay, so what do I mean by capturing groups? So let's go back to the phone number. Let's go back to the phone number example. So let's say I have these two phone numbers, 212.555.1234, and I have 917, and I'm just going to use the dash here for a second, dash 867-5309. So let's say ultimately what I want to do is I want to redact these numbers. So I want to still see the area codes, but I want to do a search and replace any phone number, and I want them to come out like this. So what I need to first do, as we know, is match these phone numbers. And the way that I can match these phone numbers, we've done this a bunch of times, but I'll write it over here. D, 3 digits, followed by a dash, followed by 3 digits, followed by a dash, followed by 4 digits. Okay? So here's the thing. Whenever you do a regular expression search, it matches a particular, it does a match, right? This is the whole thing that is matched. And I'm going to erase the second one just to give myself some more room here. And then what it automatically does is assigns this full match to something called group number 0. So I have captured this match from my regular expression, and I've called it group number 0. If I put parentheses, so parentheses can be used for alternation, doing an or, but parentheses, whether or not they're used for alternation or not, also will capture a subgroup. So in other words, what if I put an open parentheses here, and obviously I'm making this very extreme, and a closed parentheses here. What that means is this part of the full match should be captured separately or additionally as a different group. And this now is group number 1. And what if I do this? Over here, this group now is group number 2. And I'm running out of room here, group 2. So behind the scenes, the regular expression has done this match and stored in the computer's memory 3 separate strings. The full match is group 0. The first from left to right, the first submatch captured parentheses as group 1, the second submatch captured parentheses as group 2. I don't know why I put those as dotted lines. Those are full parentheses. So this is very powerful. Why? Because what I can do is, in different ways, I can refer to those groups whenever I want to. And there's 2 ways of referring to those groups. For example, $1 refers to group number 1, but also \1 can refer to group number 1, and these are being used in different places. So the $sign is used whenever you're doing a replace and you want to refer to a captured group, and \1 is when you're doing when you're within the regular expression itself referring to a captured group. So I'm now going to show you 2 scenarios where each of these is used, okay? So hopefully this makes some sense to you, but it'll make more sense once I actually play it out here. So the first scenario is, let's again, apologize for this, let's again write the regular expression to match all 3 of these phone numbers. And if you recall, actually I can probably scroll up and find it, never mind. I can say I want to have what? An optional open parentheses, followed by 3 digits, followed by a dot, a dash, or a close parentheses, followed by, what did I miss here? Range out of order. Oh, the dash has to be first when the character class, followed by 3 digits, followed by, again, a dot, or a dash or a dot. Dash has to be first. And then followed by 4 digits. So now, I have now matched all 4 of these groups. So let's say what I want to do is keep only the first number, and then I want to redact the second, only the first 3 numbers, and the area code, so to speak, and I want to redact the rest of the phone number. So the way I would do this is let me capture only the area code. So this, by the way, these 3 numbers right there, that's the area code. So what I can actually do is put parentheses around it. And now what I want to do when I do my replace, right? This is the replace, is I want to say, hey, let me replace it with whatever was captured in group 1, followed by dash XXX, followed by dash XXX. Now, I'm going to, right? So this is saying, like, use the thing that I captured in the replace. So let me show you this, and now I'm going to do a replace, right? Replace, look what happened there. Replace, look what happened there. Replace. Now I lost the original formatting of the regular expression because remember these are a lot of, I don't know why it's what format it thinks I am, but remember now this could be an exercise. I'm not going to go through this right now because I'll go on for too long. But an exercise you could try is, can you capture the rest of the formatting of the phone number and then have multiple groups? So it still retains, right? It's right now I'm not retaining all the phone numbers now have this format, but if I undo, right, I want to keep the dots or the dashes and the parentheses. Try to rewrite the regular expression to do that. Very interesting exercise to try to do. Okay. Let me think of a slightly different scenario. I'll show you this can also be useful. This has happened to me before. I'll show you, let's say I wanted to find and replace, actually I have a first name, comma, list of first names, comma, last name. I can't think of any other names. Okay, so you can see I have a bunch of names, first name, comma, last name, last name, comma, first name, and I want to redo this list to just make this list first name, comma, last name. It's like I have thousands of these. I want to use a regular expression. I don't want to have to sit here and be like, cut, paste, space, delete, right? I could do that for every single line, or I could try to make some kind of weird macro that does it automatically. I can do this with a regular expression. So I'm going to go down, and I'm going to try to write a regular expression. What am I trying to match? I'm trying to match any word character, optionally any number of word characters, followed by a number, followed by one or more white space, followed by a comma, followed by one or more white space, followed by any number of word characters. Look, okay? So I matched these. That looks pretty good. Now I want to capture the first name and the last name, or the last name and the first name. So this is the, whoops, oh, I lost it. Shoot. Maybe this will get edited out. Let me write that again. Comma, some amount of white space, that. Okay, so I want to capture that last name, right? Any sequence of word characters, and I want to capture that first name. So now I've captured those, and I want to replace, right? I want to first see the first name, space, the last name. So this, 2, comma 1. Remember, group 0 is everything. So group 2 is the second group, right? The first name, which is last name, comma, first name. I want to show that, and then the other one. Whoa! I don't know if I'm making any sense here. Okay, now I'm going to do replace all. Boom, I did it. So this is the kind of thing that you can really use regular expressions for in kind of find and replace. Here's another scenario. I don't know how many of these scenarios is worth going through, but matching links. Like this is Markdown. Right, I'm gonna just do this really quick. I'm gonna do one more. What if I want to match? And I guess this, assuming my syntax is Markdown. What if I want to match any link written in this sort of Markdown syntax and translate it to HTML? Let's look at how I might do that. Okay, so I want to match a literal square bracket, right? Remember, square bracket is a meta character, so I want to match a literal square bracket. And then I'm going to do something a little bit goofy. I forgot about something with quantifiers, which is now just, if you are still watching this somehow, however many hours into videos about regular expressions, I missed something important in the previous video. I'm going to do dot star. Very dangerous to say. I'm going to say I want to get a bracket followed by anything. What do I match? Look at this, bracket followed by anything. Look, there's some brackets followed by anything. Followed by what? A closed bracket. Look at this. Bracket followed by anything followed by a closed bracket. Now this actually worked, but let me just do something for you here. Look what happened. It didn't match Google and test separately because dot star is anything, like this closed bracket, like this space, like this parentheses. Remember, dot star is greedy. I'm trying to match bracket followed by anything up until, just keep matching until you can no longer match, and then there's a closed bracket. So this is what's known as a greedy modifier. Dot star is by default greedy. It will continue to match. If I want to get Google and test as separate matches, I need to make that modifier not greedy. Question mark is a way to change a quantifier to make it not greedy. Question mark means optional, but it also paired with a quantifier means not greedy. So if I put this question mark right in here, dot star question mark, it will no longer be greedy, and look what the difference. I've now matched Google and test separately. So that's kind of important, and just to keep testing this idea out, to make sure it's working, I am going to put those on separate lines. Okay, so now I am going to match that, followed by a literal parentheses, followed by HTTP, which followed by dot star, not greedy, followed by another parentheses. So you can see I have now matched any links written in Markdown. So this could be, this is Google, and this is ITP, and also, right? So I have some text that has links in it, and I want to convert it to HTML. So now I'm going to replace it. First I need to capture, right? I need to capture the name, and I need to capture the URL. So I'm adding additional parentheses. Look how crazy and cryptic this is getting. But I'm capturing the name as group 1 and the URL as group 2. So now I want to say, replace it with ahref equals group 2, quote group 2, followed by group 1, close tag. So this is saying take the Markdown syntax, capture the name, the title, and the URL, and then replace it with the HTML formatting. And let's look at this, and I'm going to do find, replace. Did that work? Oh, what's not working here? Find. Oh, what did I miss? Bug here. No results found. Okay, I messed something up. That should not have a backslash there. Sorry, a backslash got typed in there. I'm just going to show this to you again. This is, I got to document these regular expressions somewhere in like a gist or something. This is that regular expression. And now I'm going to say replace. There we go. Replace, replace. And you can see now I've taken each of those and replaced it. And if I had a document that was thousands of pages long, I can instantly do all of them. Now I probably should have put a space. Ooh, something. Oh no. Somehow I missed a space there, but I don't think my regular expression did that. Somebody edit this. Maybe you could edit some of this mess out, Mathieu. Okay. All right. So, well, I'm almost through this capturing groups video, but I want to show you one more thing. And actually, you know what? I'm going to do it in the I'm going to do it in this video. I want to talk about back references. So, in addition to using this style, this syntax of matching a particular group in the replace, you can also refer to that group in the regular expression itself. Okay, so let me demonstrate to you how this works. So a scenario, this is again, I think this is pulled from Jeffrey Friedel's Mastering Regular Expressions book, which I highly recommend if you want to read a lot about regular expressions. And I'm going to come down here, and so this is some text with double words like is, text, double. So how would I match generically in this text anytime two words appear in a row? Okay, how do I do that? Here's how I do that. So first, let's just look at the beginning of this regular expression. I want to match any word A to Z or A-Z. And by incidentally, I can do this, I think. Oh, standing in front of it. Hold on. I think this should be a separate video, actually. I'm going to do back reference in a separate video. See, how do we cut this? Also, because I just screwed this up already. And if it's going to have to be edited, I might as well end this. Okay, so somewhere, when these get published, okay, I'm going to do like a quick cut. There'll just be a cut. I'll say, there's one more piece related to capturing groups that I want to show you, beyond just referencing the group in a find and replace operation. And this is referencing a group in the regular expression itself, and that's called a back reference. And I'll show you that in the next video. Okay, this gives me a second to breathe. Yes, regexcrossword.com is a great website for playing around with regular expressions. Okay. So yeah, let me just go move right on, but let me get this positioned somewhere where you could maybe see it. Okay, so this I think is good. Okay, I need a break here. Where are we at? 12:47. All right, here we go, everybody. I need some energy. Okay, should have brought myself a granola bar or something. Okay, here we go. Let me do another one of these. Okay, here's another regular expressions video, and in this video I'm going to show you how to use a back reference in a regular expression. So this is going to make use of capturing groups, which I covered in the previous video, but what I didn't do in the previous video is I only showed you how to use a capturing group in a find and replace operation where the syntax is $1 for referring to group number 1. But what if I want to refer to group number 1 in the regular expression itself? In this case, I use \1. So a classic scenario for this, which is taken from Jeffrey Friedel's Mastering Regular Expressions book, which I highly recommend, is searching for double words. What I mean by that is, is appears twice in a row. Double appears twice in a row. Not appears twice in a row. Why? What if I want to search anytime two words appear in a row? So let's figure out how I would do this. So first I can look for just any sequence of one or more word characters in a row, and you can see I've matched all of the words. Now I could capture that, right? I could say one or more word characters in a row, followed by what? Some sort of white space, right? \s. I don't know if you can see this. I'm going to zoom in here to try to help you see it better. \s, followed by what? \1. look at this. I'm saying match any number of word characters in a row, followed by, and capture it as group 1, followed by a space. And hey, the thing that you captured as group 1, not any word characters in a row, the specific actual sequence of word characters, you match that again. So look at this. It doesn't get you 2 words in a row, right? I'm not matching some text or somewhere, or M typing. I'm only matching when the exact same word is followed by the exact same word. Rainbow, rainbow, unicorn, unicorn, not, double, double. Now, there is some weird stuff going on here. For example, look here. It matched is with this is, and it matched S some with S and S. So one thing I need to do here is have word boundaries as part of this as well. So for example, if I say, okay, well, there's got to be a word boundary here, and then there's also got to be a word boundary here, then now I'm only getting is, text, double, not, rainbow, rainbow, unicorn, unicorn. Now notice again, this is how regular expressions work. It matched I, but didn't match this I. And again, there's some ways around that, which, I'll leave that for another time. But you can see this is a very powerful thing that you can do, that you can actually refer to something that was matched in a regular expression by using \1. And this sort of double words exercise, a double words example, I think is a good one to look at. Okay, thanks. Hey, this was a short one, and the camera went off. Perfect timing. Okay, so thanks for watching this one. And after this video, I have now reached the point, I think. Oh, so let me say a couple things. There's more to regular expressions than what I've covered in this sort of introduction. I think 4 videos so far of kind of going through position, metacharacters, single character, quantifiers, character classes, alternation, capturing groups, back reference, etc. There's more. There's something called look ahead and look behind. There's probably more metacharacters that I missed. There's a lot of nuance. It's different in different programming languages. I can't get to everything here. I'm sure I've missed stuff. I'll come back, maybe do more. But I want to move now to actually looking at how you execute regular expressions in the JavaScript programming language itself, with the functions test, search, match, exec, split, replace, and then do some a coding challenge around regular expressions. So in the next videos, you'll start to see regular expressions in JavaScript itself. Okay. And that's that. Okay. Yeah, the diastic could be used regular expressions. Okay, so hi everybody. I need to take a short break. I'm feeling a little bit, I'm lost a little steam here. So what I'm going to do, I don't know if I should play the promo video on loop. That would be a little bit weird. But I'll play it for you if you haven't seen it. Again, made by help. Do you see what? This is what happens when you talk for 1 hour and 57 minutes and 44 seconds straight. So this has been going 2 hours. I'm going to take a short break just to get a glass of water. This is a glass. It is empty. And I think this should take me, I'm going to mute my microphone. I'm going to put on the promo video, and I will be back to do the next sequence in about 2 minutes, okay? See you soon.
Did you think that learning coding would be really rough? Throw your hands up in the air and say enough's enough. Do you want to learn to code and make some awesome stuff? Learn that anyone can when you're coding with Dan on Coding Rainbow. Coding Rainbow. that's enough. Do you want to learn to code and make some awesome stuff? Learn that anyone can when you're coding with Dan on Coding Rainbow. Coding Rainbow. Whether you're a pro or this is all brand new, Coding Rainbow has some helpful tools for you. Learn the overarching concepts and some fun stuff too. And with Dan as your guide, come along for the ride on Coding Rainbow. Make a crazy pixel mirror to reflect your face. You can make it jump to light speed into outer space. You can generate a maze that can go on for days. You can make your own terrain and some purple rain. You can make a retro game to see how it's done, and then tweak a piece to make it yours for everyone. Make some fractally trees or Twitter bots if you please. And when the seeds are all sown, you can make them your own on Coding Rainbow. Coding Rainbow. Ride the colors of code. You can follow the road to Coding Rainbow.
Sorry about that. I had muted my microphone. Thank you, everybody. By the way, so somebody was like, "Oh, I hope this plays." Somebody in the chat said, "I hope this plays a third time, so I could share it." If you want to watch this video separately, you can just go to you can go to YouTube and just probably type in "Welcome to Coding Rainbow," and it will come up. As a standalone video. Okay, I'm back. Had a little water here. I'm feeling a little bit. You know what I was thinking while I was taking a short break there, that my preference for this and doing these would actually just be to do it every day for about an hour. Because I feel like I have a good energy and kind of can think clearly and do a few things. But like the way my schedule works with teaching 3 classes at ITP and working on processing P5JS and other processing foundation stuff, I really just have this like once a week time slot. So I end up trying to do like 3, possibly 4 hours. So I don't know if the quality of the videos will suffer, but this is what I've got so far. Okay. By the way, I can make it so that I can stand in front of that promotional video, which I'll have to do at some point. Hold on a second. Sorry, I'm still coming. I'll be very. As always, I always forget the this dot, this dot, this dot, this dot. I'm going to do this dot, this dot. I'm going to do this dot, this dot, this dot. I'm going to do this dot, this dot. I'm going to do dot, this dot, this dot, this dot, this dot song. This dot, okay, I now need to get set up to actually do some code examples. So I'll leave that music playing in the background a little bit. And let's see. Where am I here? Here we go. So I'm going to do week 2. And I'm just going to take any example from week 1. 01 RegExp. And let's go back and open all this in Atom. Never forget this dot. I'm going to do the this dot, this dot, this dot, this dot, the this dot song. Never forget the this dot. This, by the way, is the this dot song that this is by Christian Peterson. Also, F. Looper has made a version of this song, which I think I also have here. I have the Pearl and Noise one. I don't think I have F. Looper's. So if anyone wants to make weird remix songs of some of the audio here,
random algorithm,
I'll play
actual random algorithm itself, those numbers aren't related at all. You pick, like, I'm picking random numbers between 0 and 10. 9, 2, 7, 6,
okay,
1,
so let me get
9,
rid of all this.
4, 8, 9, 2, 1, 3. I pick 9 a lot, apparently. But with Pearl and Noise, I might pick numbers like
draw,
this.
Actually.
2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 4, 5, 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8, 7, 6. Well, this is like Pearl and Noise performance art.
Now I need to.
2, 7, 6, 1, 9, 4, 8, 9, 2, 1, 3. I think I
desktop,
3, 4,
Coding Rainbow,
6, 5,
A to
4.
Z.
This is like Perlin noise performance.
HTTP server,
7, 6, 1, 9,
and
4, 8. But with Perlin noise, I might pick numbers like
there
this.
we go.
2, 3,
Oops,
4,
I'm on the wrong
3,
port.
4, 5, 6, 5, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, 8080. Really on the wrong port?
Perlin noise, that is. Perlin noise. So this is
Okay,
Perlin
week
noise, that is.
2,
Perlin noise. This is Perlin
regex.
noise, that is. Perlin noise. So this is Perlin noise, that is. Perlin noise. Perlin noise, that is. Perlin noise. So this is Perlin noise, that is. Perlin noise.
Actually,
Perlin noise, that is. Perlin noise. So this is Perlin noise, that is. Perlin noise. Perlin noise, that is. Perlin noise. So this is Perlin noise.
I want to go back and actually leave some code in here.
So this is Perlin noise, that is. Perlin noise, that is. This is Perlin noise, that is. Perlin noise. This is Perlin noise, that is. Perlin noise. So this is Perlin noise, that is. Perlin noise. But with Perlin noise, I might pick numbers like this. 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 4, 5, 6, 7, 5, 6, 7.
Sorry, I just want to get
4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 4, 5, 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, 5. Boy, this is like Perlin noise performance art.
input. Sorry, I just want to get a kind of basic example up. Just so we can see. Why is this not working? New typing is not defined. All right. Okay. I just wanted to have a basic example that's doing something that you know, I could use with a regular expression. Okay. Okay, so what am I missing here? I need to come back to the code and over here. Okay. Okay. All right, I think I am just about ready. And how do I make the, I think if I do something like, oops, that's too much. There we go. Okay. All right, I think I'm ready. So what do I want to do? What I want to do is, over back to here, test, search, match, exec. Now here, I'm reminding myself about this stuff because it's very confusing. So the first thing I need to show you is how to create a regular expression in JavaScript. The second thing I need to show is how to execute a function. And some of the functions you execute on the regular expression object, and some of them you execute on the string object. Now, maybe some of you in the chat could help me with this without me having to look this up. Out of test, search, match, and exec, I'm pretty sure that test is a function for a regex, and exec is a function for a regex, and match and search are functions for a string. So I want to make this correct in this list here. Let me in the chat tell me if I got that right. On string, I believe, is search and match. And regex is test. And what did I say? Exec. Test is for regex. Yeah, okay. So I think this is right. And another place I can look to remind myself of this, which you can look also, is in my actual notes, where down here I go through all this, and test is called on a regular expression. Match is called on a string. And match is called on a string. And flags I need to talk about. And then exec if I need the groups. Oh my goodness. Lots to cover here, lots to cover. And then split and replace. So I think I can probably skip talking about, whoops, where am I? I can skip search. I don't know what search does. Dude, nobody remembers. I know. What does search do? Maybe I won't talk about search. Let's look JavaScript, Mozilla, regex. There's got to be a regular expressions page. And here we go. Search. Search. Oh, that's a string function. String search regular expression. And it's like, skip this one. I'm going to take this off of my list. I don't think this is a little bit peripheral to the discussion. So, I'm going to do the following, like this. And now, I think I'm good here. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, there's a better documentation page that I should go to, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'll find a link for it that I'll put in the description of this video. Okay. All right. So I think I'm ready. Let me cycle the cameras. I am moving on here. Let me try to let me erase the whiteboard. Now, thinking about this, how many videos do I have to make? One is, the first video is the basics of regular expressions with test and match. The basics of regular expressions with test and match. Okay, that's number one. Two is using exec for groups, for captured groups. Then a split, and then a replace. And then maybe a replace with a callback. Oh my goodness. I don't know how I'm going to get through all this. I might have to come back and just do more of these next week. Too much to do. The good thing about next week is the topic that I have for next week is data and APIs. And I have already made a lot of videos about data and APIs. So I can actually just do a couple additional things and some coding challenges with them next week. So I might have to come back and finish these. It is already after 1 o'clock. This live stream has been going for 2 hours and 15 minutes. All right. But got to keep going as best as I can. So here we go. Hello. Oh, I forgot that I have the volume turned down. Hold on. And let me try again. Oh, I just stared into the light. Hello, welcome to another Coding Rainbow video. And in this video, I want to look at how you can actually use all that stuff about regular expressions in your JavaScript program. Perhaps with P5.js or not with P5.js, but I'm going to use it with P5.js, but this is really general. JavaScript plus regular expressions. Okay, so let me briefly come over here. Strings are probably something that are familiar to you in JavaScript. If you create a... Let me come over here for a second. So strings are probably something familiar to you in JavaScript. You could create a string like this. var s equals hello. Now, as I started with regular expressions, and hopefully you can read this, this can also be a regular expression, right? This sequence of characters match the literal string hello. But JavaScript does not consider this a regular expression because it's between two quotes. If it's between two quotes, it is a string object. If I want it to be a regular expression, I can say var r equals /hello. So this is now the regular expression hello. This is the string hello. And just also in the same way that you can say new string, you can also say new RegExp and put the regular expression in quotes as a string. So for example, if you ever wanted to build a web application where you take string input from a user and make it into a regular expression, you would have to do it this way. And in fact, if you look at the examples linked in the A to Z GitHub repository, I do exactly this in one of the examples. But for the most part, I can create regular expressions like this. So then the question becomes, once you have, in the same way that a string object, you can say things like s.index of, right? These are functions that you call on a string or properties like s.length. A regular expression has those things as well. And two that I'm going to show you in this particular video, I'm going to show you one. I'm going to get to another one. I'm going to show you later. I'm going to show you r.test. So this is a function that you can call on a regular expression. And then I'm also actually going to show you a function that you could call on a string, s.match, but you pass in a regular expression. So this is one thing you have to get used to in JavaScript. There are times when you want to say the regular expression dot the function with a string, and sometimes you want to say the string dot a function with a regular expression. And in fact, this might be more common. Use match as I use very commonly. Split and replace are functions that I'm going to show you, which are all functions that you call on a string that expect a regular expression as an argument. But I'll get through all that as I make this video and future videos. OK, so let's start with test. So I'm going to come back over here. And you can see I have a list of these here in my notes that I'm following along. But I'm going to switch over. I'm actually just going to switch to the browser, which I'm in the browser already. And I just want to do some stuff in the console just to test how regular expressions work. So here we go. I'm going to create a regular expression, var r equals /d, 3 digits in a row. So there you can see I made that regular expression. It is 3 digits in a row. The forward slash is indicating it's a regular expression, not a string. So I can say r.test hello and false, because hello does not match that regular expression. I can say r.test 1, 2, 3, and I am going to get true, because that is 3 digits in a row. Now, let's ask the question 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. What am I going to get? Also true, right? Because that regular expression is found within the string. So notice that test is just searching for that regular expression anywhere in the string. Let's say you want to use regular expressions to validate a full string. Well, a trick to this is that I could change my regular expression, and I'm going to just do this right here again. I'm going to change my regular expression to say the beginning of the string followed by 3 digits, followed by the end of the string. So if I use those position metacharacters, beginning and end, now if I say r.test 1, 2, 3, I get true. But if I say, r.test 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, easy as 4, 5, 6, that's not the words. You'll say I get false, because that regular expression with beginning followed by 3 digits followed by end does not match. So this is something you can play with just to experiment with regular expressions. What I would like to do in the code right here is I'm going to do this right here in the code. So let's say I wanted to do some sort of validator to say I've put in a valid email address. So I'm going to go to the program and my sketch, and I've already put in a lot of code from a previous example where basically the string I get is the value of that text field. So now I'm going to say I have a regular expression which is any number of word characters followed by an at. Where's an at? At followed by any number of word characters followed by a literal dot followed by net or com or org. Right? So this is my regular expression, and then I want to say, I'm going to just say create p, the regular expression, test it against that string. So I'm just going to, on the screen, say true or false, whether it's a valid email or not. And I should probably test this regular expression out in the Atom editor or some other form just to see before it works, but I'm going to guess that it's about right. So I'm going to now go to my code, and I'm going to hit submit. Rainbows and unicorns is not a valid email address, but rainbow@unicorns.com. is a valid email address. And I think, by the way, it got true twice because I have both. I have two events. I have the, why did that happen twice? Let me just see here again. That only happened once. rainbow@unicorns.com. I wonder why that's happened. Why is that event happening twice? Changed. Oh, because I have both the changed event and mouse pressed. So the changed event is like I tab out of the text field. So that event got. So if I might want to comment that out, just to unicorns@rainbow.com. Submit, true. So you can see this is how I could use a regular expression in a piece of JavaScript code. Hooray! Okay, now let's go back to over here, and I want to look instead now at string match regular expression and see what we get with this particular function. This is kind of interesting. Okay, so now over here, let's see if I can work this out. I want to make a string. Ooh, I have no idea what I'm doing. Var s equals, when in doubt, unicorns and rainbows and cupcakes. Hopefully vegan, nut-free. No, not nut-free. I like nuts. I'm not allergic to nuts. Maybe just vegan. I don't know, whatever. I don't like dairies. I have a problem with whatever. That's really not relevant to programming videos, right? Okay, unicorns and rainbows and cupcakes, plus no sugar. It's not very good for me. Okay, anyway, so that's my string. It's really not going to be a good. You know what? You should all enjoy a buttery, delicious, frosting-full, strawberry-flavored, delicious cupcake. Please enjoy that if that's the kind of thing you like in your day today. Okay, so that's the string. Now I'm going to make a regular expression where I'm going to say unicorn is my regular expression. I'm going to say s.match r. So the match function, unlike test, where I say r.testS, right? I'm going to do that really quickly. I say r.testS is true. What happens if I say s.match r? So this is actually quite a bit more useful because what does it give me? It gives me the actual thing that was matched. For example, let me change r. Whoops. Let me change r to be a regular expression that is \w plus. Whoops. R is a regular expression \w plus. And now let me say s.match r. I still just got unicorns. So why did I still just get unicorns? Well, in fact, what is s? Unicorns and rainbows and cupcakes. I got the first match only of \w plus. This brings up a really, really key and important aspect. I don't know, let's try purple, of programming with regular expressions. And that is this idea of flags. Flags are a way of modifying the behavior of a regular expression. And there are two flags that I'm going to tell you about. And I think there's another one and maybe another one, but two that are going to be relevant to these videos. G, standing for global. And what that means is don't just match the first thing, match all of them. And I for case insensitive. Okay? G for global, I for case insensitive. So let's look at how it works with those flags. I'm going to come back over here. And I am going to clear this out. And I'm going to say var r equals a-z plus /g. So notice the flag goes after the regular expression. The regular expression is in between the slashes, and the flag goes after the regular expression. So if this regular expression is now global, and I now say s.match r, what will I get? I get an array with every single match of that regular expression. Oh, goody. Excellent. Yay. Okay, I got a match with unicorns and rainbows. So this is a really easy, quick way to just grab a whole bunch of things. So, as an exercise, do the phone number thing and grab all the phone numbers and have them into an array. Now, let's do something with that text. Let's capitalize some stuff. Whoops. Let me capitalize unicorns with a U and, oh my God. Cupcake, I'm just going to do this. Let me capitalize these two letters. and a cupcake. So let's look now at the case sensitivity flag. So let's say I do okay, so let's say I just do this again. I have the same, now let me do this again. S.matchR. Notice, whoa, okay. I got upcakes. What's an upcake? And upcakes. So of course I forgot about the whole word boundary thing. So I could be a little bit more thoughtful here, and I could change this to have a word boundary followed by a word boundary, right? And now I can do this again. I just got unicorns and rainbows, right? I did not get and with a capital A or C because I'm only looking for lowercase letters. So what I could do is I could add another flag, I. So if you want multiple flags, you can see that right there, one flag followed by another flag. So if I have both of those flags and I do this match one more time, if I do this match one more time, now I've matched everything. So you can see here how the flags work. I need a global flag to match the regular expression multiple times in the string, and the I flag for case sensitivity. Now I could add this, I should probably add this stuff into the code, but I'm probably going to save this for doing like a coding challenge a little bit later. I think just working in the console is kind of useful here. And as an exercise, you might take this example that I'll post and run the match and kind of display what it matches down here. Maybe I should add that in. But let me go a little bit further before I do that. Because let's think about the phone numbers for a second. Okay, so let me revise the code for a little bit. I'm going to go to that phone numbers example. I wish I had something more creative, but it's kind of a useful example. So I'm going to go to the HTML file, and I'm going to say here, and I'm going to make a simpler phone number. Here are two like numbers, 111-222 and 33444-5555. Okay, so I'm just going to use these two phone numbers. So you can see, and of course in this example I can mess around and type other stuff to play with it, but that's what's going to appear there by default. And then when I hit the submit button, what I want to do is say matches equals s.match what? A regular expression. So I'm going to write a regular expression, which is, let me think about this. Okay, 3 digits followed by a dash or a dot, followed by 4 digits. Okay, so this is my regular expression, 3 digits followed by a dash or a dot, and I want to call the match function with this string and that regular expression, and that's going to give me the array of matches. And then what I want to do is I'm just going to write a little loop that says for everything matched, create a paragraph with what it matched. Right? So this is kind of a pattern here, which create a regular expression, match that regular expression in a string, and then loop through and display all the things that it matched. So if I run this now, I'm going to see this. Now, I only saw the first one. Why do I only see the first one? Because I forgot the global flag. So if I add the global flag in the code and run it again, I can now see I've matched both of those things. And I could add another one and, 222-5556, and I could hit submit, and now I see all 3 of those. Okay, now here's a question though. What about those groups? What if I want to capture particular groups? You might be asking. Are you asking? I don't know. I'm asking it. So let me add a capturing group. For example, I want to capture the first 3 digits. How do I have access to that? So let me go and refresh this page. Now one thing I can do is I can just mess around with this in the console. So you can see the console I now have in the variable s. I have those things. Now, let me get this regular expression. So I have that regular expression now, and I can say, look at this, s.match r. Where are the groups? They're not there. Let me do something again. Let me take out that global flag. I'm going to take out that global flag. Now I'm going to say s.match r again. Look now. Now the group is there. Notice how this is group 0, the full match, followed by group 1. So if you are not using the global flag, the match function will give you the groups as an array. If you are using the global flag, you need to actually write the code in a different way and use a function called exec. And I'm going to leave that for a separate video. I'm going to show you how to loop through and capture groups with the exec function, and I'm just going to do that in a separate video, and that'll be exactly the next video that you can watch right after that one if you want. But here I've shown you some basic ideas for how to take text and match stuff with a regular expression, and you can hopefully come up with some more creative ideas of how to do that. Okay. Goodbye. Okay. So I'm going to do the exec thing in a separate video. What time is it? 1:25. My God. I made some. I got to check. I have office hours signups for students this afternoon. I'm going to check those just because I really need to know like how much time do I have in the day. Okay, good. I'm good still right now. Let me check the chat for a second. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. So I'm going to do the exec thing in the next video. And I'm going to just briefly, quickly look at my notes to remember how it works. What are my examples, by the way? Because I should think about one of these examples. Regex from user, doubling the vowels, finding double words. Yeah, I don't know. So much to cover, finding links. No, I guess I'll just do this sort of generically with the phone number thing. Let me just see, where does exec happen? The exec function, right. Null, then I just call it again. Okay. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, so I'm going to go back to here and back to here, and I'm going to do exec now. Okay. Here we go. Welcome back. I'm picking up right from the previous video where I looked at the match function. The match function, which is a function that you can call on a string with a regular expression, will give you the thing the regular expression matches plus the captured group. However, if you use the global flag, you lose the captured group. It only just gives you an array of those matches. So if you need to match multiple instances of a regular expression and have captured groups, you have to use a function in JavaScript called exec. And exec is a function that instead of saying the string matches a regular expression, you're saying the regular expression execute string. We're really saying execute this regular expression on a string, but execute is a function that you call in the regular expression. So r.exec s. So these over here do basically the same thing. s.match r, r.exec s, but exec does a little bit more, but the writing the code is a little bit more complicated. So let's just call it once, and I'm going to see what happens. Look what I got. I got 111-222 and the captured group, right? I got the full phone number and the first 3 digits. Let me call that function again. Look at that. I got the next one. Let me call that function again. I got null. So what you can actually do with exec is call it continuously until you get null. And you just have to write your own loop to continue to call it. And there's some nice, really like elegant ways of doing this in like one long loop statement, like while this call bop bop not equal to null. I'm going to do it in a rather long-winded way just to make it as nothing with regular expressions is readable at all, to be honest. But I'm going to try to make it as kind of legible and understandable as possible. So let's actually do that in the code now. So this is the regular expression. And I don't want to use the match function anymore. Instead, what I want to do is I want to say, how to think of how to do this. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to go. Wait, hold on. Pause. I had a brain malfunction there. Okay, I'm just going to look in my notes because I want to kind of just see. This will edit this out. Okay, this is what I'm doing. Yeah. This is what I thought I was going to do. Okay, so this is like the way that I'm going to do it, and this is kind of like a shorter way to do it. I'll show both of these. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Somehow edit back in. So I'm going to say match. And actually, I don't want to use the word match because that's the name of a function, but I'm just going to say result. I can't think of what to say, is the regular expression execute on the string. Now, as long as that result is not equal to null, I can do something and then do it again. So as long as that result is not equal to null, continue to call this again and again. And then as soon as it becomes null, you're done. Now what do I want to do? What I want to do is say create p result. Now let's look at what happens here. So this is now the algorithm. Call exec, get a result. As long as it's not null, do something and do it again. Then do something, then do it again. As soon as it's null, be done with it. So now if I come and refresh this page, sorry, those are my notes that has the code in it. I can do this and you can see, look what I've got. So it's kind of spitting out the array, but you can see it's doing this, it's giving all of them. And if I refresh the page and say, and for, you can see there, I've matched everything and I'm retaining the captured group. So if all I want to do is show the captured group, all I need to do is say, what? Create p result index 1. Because remember, what exec returns to you is an array of all the captured groups. Group 0 is always the full match, then group 1, then group 2, etc. So I can run this again, and I can hit submit, and you can see I'm just getting what was captured. So that's really the basics of using exec. I'll show you now that you can actually, you can write this, you can make this shorter. I think you can just say while var result equals r.exec s. I think I could just do this because this whole thing will evaluate to null. Let me look at how I wrote it here. Yeah, that's what I did. Okay, so this whole thing will evaluate to null when it stops, and then and I don't need this anymore. So I can actually just write it just like this. So this is kind of like a shorthand way of writing it, which I could also do. This should give me the same result. I didn't really want to go over that, but I did. Okay, wait, over here. Here we go. Oh, no. Syntax error, line 21. This is what happens when you go off the beaten path of what you didn't intend to do. What's wrong here? While var result equals r.exec s. Did that not work? Okay, hold on. Let me copy paste this. R.exec s. Yeah, look at this. Token var. Can I? Okay, that might have done something. Yeah. So for whatever reason, so this is how I guess I have to fix that in my notes. You've got to create the variable in advance. So the weird thing about JavaScript is very good at evaluating things to true or false. So it'll figure out, even though this is like a function statement, like calling that and and returning something. This, like, if I write this code, this code will evaluate to either true or false based on whether it gets null or not. Okay, it's like falsiness, truthiness. It's kind of like a little bit truth or not truth. Anyway, I'm melting here, melting under the heat and pain and happiness and joy and stress and all of that of regular expressions. So hopefully you've gotten a little bit about how to use exec in this video and how to be able to use capturing groups. But really, I'm kind of missing the main squeeze, the main event, which is looking at the functions split and replace. So the functions split and replace are used with regular expressions for a lot of text processing algorithms in JavaScript, and I'll show you those in the next video. Okay. Oh boy. This is more than I could have ever imagined making in one day. It is now 1:35, 2 hours and 40 minutes. This is in fact live. I want to see now, I don't want to shortchange the regular expression content. So in a way, I sort of feel like, oh, I should come back when I'm more fresh and have a fresh approach to like the next stuff. At the same time, I sort of feel like split and replace can actually be done rather quickly. And then maybe I could do a coding challenge of something interesting. Okay. So let's see. Let me give myself a minute here to get some energy back. I'm going to turn up one of these fans. You guys tell me if there's an audio problem. I don't know, do you hear a lot of white noise now? Tell me in the chat, because I need a little cool air. Okay, I'm over here now. This fan is good. Let me look at my examples. Camera's about to shut off in 3, 2, 1. I'm going to turn it back on in a second. I know it's off. Just looking at my examples here, finding links. Yeah, you know what I should have done in that video is I should have come and clicked to some of these examples, but that's okay. I'm going to use like the finding double words and the finding links. Because those are useful examples for you to look at and how these functions are used. But okay. All right. So, split and replace. Split and replace. I'm thinking. Okay, we're going to do it. All right, so first thing I need to do is I'm going to have to reverse engineer this code. You know, if anybody wants to be helpful, I have a trouble like getting the code posted. And so if anybody there's a coding rainbow / rainbow-code on GitHub. If anybody's like following along and programming with this, wants to pull request the code or help with that, that could be helpful. Okay, so let me go to make a new example. This is too much content for one day. Whoops, no, I'm in the wrong place. Go back. Regex. Okay. Now let me get some text. I'm going to do split first. Desktop. Sorry, I'm looking for, this. Let me just get a paragraph of text about rainbows and put that in the HTML file. In the text area. And let's see here, let me make that a little bit bigger. Ooh, that's way too many rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, So now what I'm going to do is look at split. And this has a comma and a period, a period. That's fine, good enough. Okay, sorry, I know that didn't make any sense. It's not that important right now. There's not really an easy way for you to do this because I'm just, in other words, after I do these live streams, I try to post all the code from the live stream online, but I often don't save it well while I'm doing it, or I forget to do it, so I need help getting the code online but I don't think it's really, I just need to do a better job of it because it's on this computer here. So anyway, but don't worry about that. Let's keep moving. Oh, the Rainbow Wikipedia paragraph gave me some energy here. I feel like a burst, a second wind, so to speak. Okay, let's do this.
Did you think that learning coding would be really rough? Throw your hands up in the air and say enough's enough. Do you want to learn to code and make
Okay,
awesome stuff?
okay, let's do it. Split, replace, split, replace, split, replace, split, replace, split, replace. I know I'm losing my mind, but okay, let's see. Let's try. Purple was good. Purple was good. Okay, here we go. All right, we're going to do it. Split and replace. Wake up, everybody. Hello. In this particular Coding Rainbow video, I am going to show you how to use the function split and replace. Are you excited or what? Split and replace to do some very common operations that are going to be needed for lots of examples I'm going to make in the future in JavaScript with regular expressions. So, whoops, oh, this camera's off, but I can turn it on. And here I am. So what are these functions? These are both functions that if you have a string, you can call split, and it takes one argument, which is a regular expression, or you can call string dot replace, and it takes another argument. Replace takes an argument, which is a regular expression, followed by a string, or, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, a function. So replace is going to be, split's going to be very simple for us to look at. I'm going to look at it rather quickly. And I might, in a different video, look at replace and look at how you can actually pass in a callback function. So while the regular expression is matching things, it's triggering a function which allows you to implement highly sophisticated logic for how you replace text within a piece of text. I'm just going to show you the basics of it, but I hope that you will go and make all sorts of weird and strange creative experiments by mashing up and replacing text. So let's first look at split. So the scenario that I want to look at is I have a web page, it has a little text box, and I want to take that text box and whatever's in that text, and I want to split it into an array of words, an array of tokens. This is very, very common. In the flesh index example that I talked about in a previous video, I looked at, okay, well, how do you take a text and split it up into an array of words, or an array of sentences, or what about an array of syllables? So this idea of splitting a text into tokens, chunks of text, is very commonly something that needs to be done. So let's just look at it very briefly here in the console. I'm going to say unicorns and rainbows and cupcakes. That looks good to me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say s.split, and I'm going to pass in a regular expression. Now, what goes in there? What's the regular expression that goes in there? Well, let's say if I just say \s. What does that mean? Now, the regular expression is a regular expression in order to match a delimiter. So whatever the regular expression, and the delimiter is the thing, the character or the sequence of characters that marks where you should split the text up. So notice that, and look what I get. I now get an array that has unicorns and rainbows and cupcakes. I split it up by all the spaces. Now, let me do something. And let me put a comma right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to call that split function again. And I'm going to, and look, it's and comma. So what if I want to split by a space or a comma? So, watch out. What if I do this? Comma \s. look at this. My array only has 2 things in it now because I split by the sequence together of comma space, which only appears in the original string, and comma cupcakes. So if I want to replace by a comma or \s or a space or a white space, then what I want to do is put that in a character class. So any comma followed by, so not any comma followed by a space, a comma or a white space. And now you can see, that was invalid syntax. I forgot that there. And let me just put that up higher for you so you can see it again. You can see, and now, look what happened here. What did I get here? Why this? So I got a little extra empty space between that's between the comma and the space because I'm actually splitting that. So here's a way that I could fix that. Think about it. How could I fix that? I want to split not by a comma or a space, but by any sequence of commas and spaces. So in other words, if I put a plus here, now a valid delimiter is a single comma or a single space or comma space or space comma or space comma space comma 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 space, right? So now if I do that, look at that. I lost that little extra empty thing. So essentially, if what I want to do is split a text into words, and I can go into my code here, and I can say, all right, now what I want to do is I want to say words equals s.split r. And I'm going to make this a separate variable. R equals a regular expression with, I don't know, a comma, period, exclamation point, question mark, or a white space, any number of those. So if I do that, and if I do create p words, and I do submit, you can see now, you can see that this worked. Now let me do this. Let me actually, I think it would make sense for me to write a loop here. And I'm going to do something a little bit different. I'm going to say create, and I'll show you why I'm doing this in a little bit. I'm going to say create span words index I. Submit. Now look what I got. It's clearly split into words. And you know what? Actually, just to show you that this is an array, I'm going to say create p. I'm going to get into the create span thing later. So you can see this worked. And I think it would be useful also just to see that array in the console. So I'm going to say console.log words. And you can see there it is. So now I split this up. Now, what makes a good regular expression to split by words or to split by sentences? You know, this is up to you to figure out. I mean, interestingly, I could say, well, what if I just want to split only by periods, question marks, or exclamation points? Now, in theory, what I've got is, what did I split by, I didn't get a period in there. Now I've got every sentence, so I split the text up by sentences. So you can see there are different ways that I could choose to split. You know, I could split by, this is going to seem weird, but by any sequence of capital letters. And now it's just split anytime there was a capital letter. So it's up to you to sort of figure out what's the best sequence, what's the best thing to do. But I would say thinking about one way to split a text very sort of quickly and easily up by words is to say split by anything that is a non-word character. And so there's certainly flaws to this. But remember, /w is any number or letter, /W is anything else. So if I do this, you can see this is a nice way for me to get all of the words in the text in a big array. So there's one other aspect of this, and I'm going to do this as a coding challenge in a bit, but I want to mention it to you. What if I wanted to split this up, but actually retain the punctuation? Like, look, what if I wanted to know still in the array that a comma comes after reflection, a period comes after arc? So there's a little secret trick here, which is that if, in the regular expression, if I use capturing parentheses, if I put capturing parentheses around the delimiter regular expression, then those delimiters that the text is split up by are saved into the array. So let me show you what I mean by that. I'm going to run this again, and you can see, look at that. Right here, there's an element, the comma is saved, you know, the period is saved. the spaces should be saved too, but those aren't showing up just in the way that the text is being rendered with HTML. But you can see that they're here in the array themselves, all those spaces. And this is going to be really useful. The coding challenge thing I'm going to do in a couple of videos from now is show you how to take a text, split it up, and then interact with each word separately by clicking on it or hovering over it. And I'll show you how that works. Okay, so in the next video, what I'm going to do is show you not just how to use split, but how to use replace with a regular expression. Okay? Thanks for watching. Okay. All right, so that was good. That's a video on split and regular expressions. I have 2 more to make today to sort of, to get through everything that I wanted to get through. So I'm going to do one more video about replace, and I want to look at this particular example, and I want to look at the code for it actually, just to remind myself how this works. So this is how, so you can call replace you can call replace, and you can pass it a function. And that function gets an argument that stores all the metadata about the match. So you can kind of do like all sorts of stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna, I've got this. I can do this. Okay, remember to drink something. Thank you. Don't get dehydrated. That's very important. This is, I don't know what my record is for the longest live stream. I think I went for 4 hours once, and this is 3 hours. I have this idea, by the way, as like a fundraiser for good, not for me, for like a good cause like the Processing Foundation. I have this book called A Million Random Digits, which was like a RAND Corporation book from many years ago that just, before computers and random numbers existed and you had easy access to them. If you wanted to do a simulation where you needed random numbers, this book just has random numbers from it. And I wanted to do like a telethon where I just do a dramatic reading of the random numbers all day long as people donate or something. I don't know to what. I have to think about that. Okay. In the chat, Christian writes, "It's tough getting into after the break." What does that mean? It's tough watching this for so long too, or it's tough for me, and I should stop. Okay. I think this is too much, but in the end, I think even though this is 3 hours, I believe that if you would actually once these videos are edited as a sequence of regular expression tutorials, I don't expect that it'll be more than an hour and a half it'll probably be like half the length, if not less. Oh, you went to eat, okay. I'm gonna need to do that too. All right, so last thing that I wanna do is replace. And replace with a back reference. Yeah, okay. Okay. I just want to look at the. I think I'm going to really think about next week and other weeks, like trying to come up with a shorter amount of material. What happens, when I teach in a regular class, it's just like, okay, the time's up, never mind. But here, I can't it's like an obsessive sort of thing where I can't get myself to stop. I just want to look at this, whoops. Look at this source code and just sort of see. I mean, I think this is everything I know already. Match, oh no. Whoa, process. Oh, I'm not even using replace in here. That's weird. Oh, this is the wrong code. This is the wrong code. By the way, there's an error. So if anybody wants to, this is linking to the wrong code. Is this linking to the right code? I can find this. This needs to be fixed. I'll have to fix it later. If anybody wants to pull request to fix, you can. Whoa. Oh, Oh my goodness, vowel doubler or something. I have to look into this. This is the wrong code. No, here, this is the right code. Oh, it's matching something else also. I don't know what's going on, but this is what I'm looking for. Okay, great. Okay. Right. Okay. Here we go. So let me see if I can go back to this. Let me try to... This, by the way, was split. Replace. And hopefully that's got saved. I think it did. Okay. Splits. So let me do this. Okay. Okay. I'm not getting to negative positive look ahead. So I'm officially, YLive in the chat writes, if he gets to negative positive look aheads in this one sitting, he's officially the best. I'm officially not the best. Okay, let's do this though. I'm going to get to replace. Remember how that second win that I had? Okay. Okay. Hello, welcome to yet another regular expressions video. And in this regular expressions video, I think this might be, well, I probably will never ever stop making regular expressions videos, but at least for this sequence that I'm making right now today, who knows when you're watching this in the future, this is the last one. Okay, so with this video, what I want to focus on is the replace function. So in the previous video, I looked at the split function. Split function is a function that you call on a string, you give it a regular expression, and the regular expression is a way to match a delimiter which indicates where you should split that text up into an array of chunks, tokens, so to speak. Now I want to look at the replace function, which is a function that you also call on a string with a regular expression, but wherever that regular expression matches, you give it something else to replace it with, right? Just like find and replace in any text editor. But because it's regular expressions, because it's code, there are all sorts of powerful things that you can do that you couldn't just as easily do with your standard computer find replace. So, what you might do with this is come up with some sort of like translator web application. So, you can find websites that take your text and translate it into pirate speak, for example. So if you're looking for an exercise or something to try to do, write a web page like this where you enter in some text, you hit submit, you do some kind of crazy replacing magic, and you get a new text, whether it's translating into some other funny way of speaking or that sort of thing. So I'll encourage you to come up with some creative ideas from what I show you here. So let's first just look at the basics of replace. So I'm going to make a string that's just says equals unicorns and rainbows. Okay, so that's a string. And now what I want to say is s.replace, and here's a regular expression, unicorns, and I want you to replace that with cupcakes. So sorry that this is kind of like breaking into a line weirdly. So you can see, replace anytime you match unicorns and replace it with cupcakes. If I do this, and now we've replaced it, we have cupcakes and rainbows. Very, very simple idea. Now, let's just look at something. Look at the original string. The original string is still unicorn and rainbows. So one thing that's really important about this is you're not modifying the actual string. If you want to modify the actual string in your code, you're going to need to say s equals the result of itself replacing unicorns with cupcakes. Is this really me replacing unicorns with cupcakes? I think it is. Okay. Okay, so you can see now the value of s is cupcakes and rainbows. Okay, This definitely needs some sort of background music, but whatever. Okay, so this is how replace works. Now, obviously, it's more powerful than this because I haven't really done much in the regular expression other than simply replace a literal word with another literal word. So let's do this a little bit differently and say something like, by the way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, 8. So unicorns is 7. Okay, so let's say S is unicorns and rainbows and cupcakes. And what I want to do, I'm going to clear this out, is I want to say s dot replace, and what I want to do is replace any sequence of word characters that is between 6 and 8 characters with rainbows, unicorns, cupcakes. What else is there? Is there anything in this world? We'll just make them all. I don't know. I'm waiting for the chat to like catch up with me and give me a suggestion, but the chat is 15 seconds behind. So you, the poor person in the future watching this video with no live chat, yes, kittens. Thank you very much. Kittens. I need to replace it with kittens. So, and I forgot my slash here. So I'm going to run this. It was worth waiting for the kittens, right? So if we run this, syntax error. What's wrong with this? Missing parentheses. Oh, I forgot the parentheses here. Sorry. That's the curly bracket. Kittens and rainbows and cupcakes. So wait, what's the original? And guess what? Okay, fascinating thing that happened. I believe that rainbows, which has 8 characters, and cupcakes, which has 8 characters, should also be there. Like kittens, no, sorry, unicorns has 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, they all have 8 characters. They all have 8 characters. So let's do this again. Replace any 8-character word with kittens. But still, it only replaced the first one. Why? Because I forgot about the global flag. So the global flag is very important. The replace function is only going to replace the first instance of something it matches without the global flag. Kittens and kittens and kittens and kittens. Kittens and kittens and kittens and kittens. Kittens, kittens and kittens and kittens. I'm really losing my mind. Someone please make a song out of that. Okay. Now. Okay, so that's what replace does. That's the basics of replace. Now let me show you that you can also use capturing groups. I'm going to get a lot of thumbs down on this video, I can tell already. Some people will like it, but a lot of people won't. Internet doesn't, Okay, so you can also use capturing groups. So let's just say that what I want to do is anytime I see a vowel, anytime I capture a vowel, I want to double the vowel. So I'm going to clear this, and I'm going to do S. So that's the string, right? So what I want to say is replace what? I want to match A, E, I, O, U, right? I want to match any A, E, I, O, U, and I want to replace it with what? Well, what did I match? So what if I put the parentheses around the whole thing? So I'm not doing anything too sophisticated where I'm capturing subgroups, but of course I could do that. You could do that phone number that I showed you with capturing groups in a previous video. But let's just say I want to capture the vowel. And I want to replace it with what? What I captured, followed by what I captured. So this, I could probably think of a more clever example, but you get the idea. So here I am replacing anything I capture with itself. Whoops, of course, I'm sorry. This always needs to be in a string. So even though what's a little tricky about this is a regular expression, so //. This is a string, so it's in quotes. But JavaScript is going to figure out that this is the secret code for the back reference, even within the string itself, I think. But look at that. It only did the first one. Why? Because I forgot the global flag yet again. Unicorns and rainbows and cupcakes. There we go, see? So you can use back reference. Maybe look at the sort of double words thing or double words or how might you come up with some other clever way that you could certainly do, sometimes why, yes. I forgot about the sometimes why. Okay, so anyway, so that's something you can do with back references. Okay, now, here's the thing. I'm really getting to something. I need my drum roll sound effect that I don't have. Someday I'll have a drum roll sound effect. This is the real magic of using regular expressions in JavaScript. Is what I've shown you is regular expression and the string that you intend to substitute. But what happens if you pass a function into there? This is incredibly powerful and somewhat unique to JavaScript, that you can actually have a callback function. So let's see how this works. So I'm going to do this in the code because I can't think of another way to easily demonstrate this using the console. So let's look at this. Okay. So I'm going to go to the code for a second, and I'm going to write a regular expression. I want to match I'm going to match a word boundary followed by some amount of word characters, one or more, followed by word boundary. Okay? So that's my regular expression. Then what I want to say, and I'm going to give myself some line breaks here to raise this up. Now, what I want to say is var. Okay, here comes. S.replace with that regular expression, and I'm just going to say something like replacer. Now, I can write an anonymous function right into there. But just to make things a little bit easier to follow, I'm going to write a separate function down here, replacer, and I'm going to give it an argument match. And the only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say console.log match. And auto format got rid of all my line breaks. It's going to do this again as soon as I hit Command S. That's very annoying to me. I'm going to put something down here. There, thank you. Okay, so what's going on here? The replace function is going to execute a callback for every single time you, and I want to say I'm going to say var new string, and I also want to say console.log new string, and I'm going to say create p new string. Camera, come back to me, camera. Okay, so I want to just sort of look at what's happening on the inside here. So let me just run this, hit refresh, I'm going to move this over a little bit, I'm going to hit submit, and then look. So first of all, it matched A, and then it said undefined rainbow. So that's a little bit crazy. Huh? What's going on? Well, first of all, what did it do? First thing is it executes replacer for every single match of this regular expression. But notice the regular expression does not have the global flag. So it console logged the match, which is the first thing it found, A, and then it replaced it with what? It didn't replace it with anything. It will replace it in the string with whatever you return. Blueberry. So now let me run this again. It replaced A with blueberry. Now let me do something. Let me give this the global flag. Blueberry, 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 right? What it's doing is it's saying for every match of that regular expression, return blueberry, meaning replace it with this. But do you realize what's now possible? This function has 2 lines of code. I'm console logging the match, and I'm returning blueberry. But now you have the entire known power of the programming universe to put in here. So any logic you could possibly imagine, you could put in here. So for example, this is not going to be that interesting, but I could say if match.length equals 4, return match.to uppercase. Otherwise, just return match. What is this going to do? This is saying if the thing you matched has 4 characters, return an uppercase version of it. Otherwise, return it as it is. Let's look at this now. So you can see all the 4-letter words are now made all uppercase. This is not that innovative of an example, but imagine what I could do. I could make an API query here. I could check today's weather here. I could do anything every time this regular expression matches. So I can't emphasize here enough how much is possible within here, and I wish I could make this video hours long and just kind of go through all sorts of crazy ideas, but I'm leaving it to you, the viewer, to try to come up with your crazy ideas right here. So let's look at a little bit more. I'm trying to think of how I can make this a little bit more interesting. Let's go back to the phone numbers for a second, okay? So I'm going to put some numbers in here, 999-1234, and 111-8765, and 8675309. Okay, so I put a dot in there. So I'll just keep the dash in there. So I just want to look at what happens with capturing groups, because this is even more sort of crazy what you can do. So now, if I go back to my code and I change my regular expression to
your hands up in the air and say enough's enough. Do you want to learn to code and make some awesome stuff? Learn that anyone can when you're coding with Dan on Coding Rainbow. Coding Rainbow. Whether you're a pro or this is all brand new, Coding Rainbow has some helpful tools for you. Learn the overarching concepts and some fun stuff too. And with Dan as your guide, come along for the ride on Coding Rainbow. Make a crazy pixel mirror to reflect your face. You can make it jump to light speed into outer space. You can generate a maze that can go on for days. You can make your own terrain and some purple rain. You can make a retro game to see how it's done, and then tweak a piece to make it yours for everyone. Make some fractally trees or Twitter bots if you please. And when the seeds are sown, you can make them your own on Coding Rainbow. Coding Rainbow. Ride the colors of code. You can follow the road to Coding Rainbow.
Okay, I think I'm back. I found some batteries. I love having that song that I could just go to as an interlude. If people want to make, by the way, other little like vignettes or things that I could play as little interludes, I would totally do that. There is actually a button that I can press where I play an ad. I'm almost tempted to do that just as an experiment to see what that does. But I'm not going to do it right now because I want to keep going. Okay, so I need to backtrack. So you guys help me out here. I'm going to try to backtrack to where I lost the sound. So I'm going to, these messages are going to go away. I'm going to undo. Oh. So this was not here. But the funny thing is, I forgot how the code worked. Yeah, okay. Oh, you guys aren't actually seeing me yet. You guys haven't realized that I'm back because you're behind by like however many seconds. Okay, so now, so that's how this was. So what you guys are telling me is I hadn't typed in the phone numbers here just yet. So if I start where I am entering phone numbers into this text, I can, that'll make sense, yes? Okay. I'm not wearing those socks today, by the way. I really want to wear, I have these Coding Rainbow t-shirts. I really want to wear them, but it has a big green stripe in it, and it's weird with the green screen, so I can't. This is an old processing t-shirt. This is the original, I think this is the first processing t-shirt that was ever made. I don't know what year it was. 2:20, 3 hours and 24 minutes. This is going to be close to 4 hours, guys, because I'm doing this. I'm finishing off this video, doing a coding challenge, and then going. Oh, it was after I added the numbers. Great. So I don't have to. Oh, I was changing the regular expression. Thank you. So I switched to the code. Here is what I need to do. Aha. Right here. So what I'm going to do is I am going to add in. I'm going to add. Someone's Ken in the chat writes, "I cannot believe your stamina." I don't want to. My stamina is really not doing very well right now, to be perfectly honest. I'm going to start from where I changed the regular expression. Okay. Okay, here we go. I'm just going to go right back in. I don't really remember where. Hold on a sec. Okay, one thing I want to just check here is, okay, so this battery is not in good shape. The batteries that I found only have 1 bar left on it. So I think I'm going to hope that this works. And then I'm charging another battery right now. And then so maybe like I'll switch it out in a little bit. So somebody remind me in the chat. Let's just see if I can get to the end of this video at least with this battery intact. OK, here we go. Rainbows. Yes, rainbows is the source of my energy. OK, here we go. OK, so I'm going to change this regular expression to match the phone numbers. So I'm going to say, I've done this so many times now, I want 3 digits followed by a dash, followed by 4 digits. And I just want to, I'm going to log that match. I'm going to take this out. And I'm going to just say return match so that the replacer is doing nothing. So I just want to make sure that this regular expression is working. And I'm going to run this, hit submit, and you can see, and I don't want to log this in the console, I just want to see the matches. You can see, there we go. So I'm matching those phone numbers in the text. Now, what happens when you add a capturing group? And this really will unlock so much more. I said the entire power of the known universe is right here. Watch this. So, so first of all, let me make a capturing group. I'm going to put a capturing group around here. I'm going to put a capturing group around that first group, and now I'm going to run this again. Nothing different happened. Why? How do I get access to that group? Well, let's look at this function. Notice how this function has an argument. This callback replacer function has an argument it gets. The first argument is match. Group 0, the full match. The full match is always group 0. Guess what the second argument is? Group 1. Guess what the third argument is? Group 2. Now there is no group 2, but I can just list them there because maybe I want a group 2. I'll have a group 2 right here. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to say console.log match, console.log group 1, console.log group 2. Let me run this again, hit submit, and you can see, look at that. I now am able to have the callback separate out the different groups. If my brain worked any better, I would have all sorts of creative ideas. What I would love for you to do, did I say this already? Tell me your creative ideas of what kind of crazy replacer stuff you could do with this, and I'll come back and do some coding challenges with some of those ideas, or share them with me. And but this is really unlocking a lot of possibilities for all sorts of strange text replacement algorithms that you can use. The last thing I just want to mention, though, is that instead of actually having to have these arguments listed as separate variables, you can also use a secret variable in JavaScript. It's not so secret, called the arguments array. The arguments array exists for any function that just stores all of the arguments passed into the function, the values of the parameters, as in an array. And I have a separate video which actually covers this, which you can look at. But I just want to show you what that looks like here. And so you can see here, and by the way, look at this. If you look at that, there's actually more stuff that we didn't even realize. There's the full match, group 0, group 1, 15, I think, is the length of the string. I guess that's just the length of the original string. No. What is that? Somebody tell me. And then the full string is there in case you needed that as reference as the fourth argument. What is the 15? I'm trying to remember what the 15 is. Somebody in the chat tell me. Of course, the chat is 15 seconds behind me. So I don't know. I'm going to have to look that up. I'm going to get so many YouTube comments of telling me what it is because I can't remember. But you can see that there's meta. It's the length of all the groups together. OK, position in string. Someone says position in string. Someone says length of all the groups together. I have a feeling that, that it probably is. Let's just quickly test out this idea. Let's add those groups all together. 15, yeah. So 15 seems to be the length of all the groups added together. I don't know what that's useful for exactly, but seems to be useful for something. OK, so this is the basic gist of it. There's so much that you could do with replacing text. Think about types of different sort of interesting, creative possibilities of how you might do text mashups, text translations, API queries, mixing up text, reversing order, swapping things out, And so I encourage you to play around with this replace idea, play around with the groups, and let me know if you have some creative ideas or some things that you make with it, and I'd love to hear about it. And I'm going to do a coding challenge where I use some of this just to show you how to sort of interact with words on an individual basis. Okay? I'll see you in the next coding challenge video. All right, everyone. 3 hours, 31 minutes is today's live stream. I'm going to check the sort of battery here. I'm going to do a coding challenge. This is the last thing that I'm going to do. I still have 1 bar. Okay, so what I want to do is I'm going to mute my microphone for a second. As always, I always forget that this because I want to check. I don't want the microphone to screech.
This dot. I'm going to do this dot. This dot. This dot. I'm going to do this dot. This dot. I'm going to do dot. This dot. This dot. This dot. This dot's on. This dot. This dot. This dot. Never forget this dot. This dot. This dot. This dot. This dot's on. This dot. This dot. This dot. Never forget this dot.
Okay, so
this dot. This dot. I'm going to do this dot. This dot.
the battery I started charging.
I'm going to do this.
The battery I started charging has 2 bars on it now. I find that a little bit hard to believe that just in like 10 minutes of charging, I have enough to get through a whole coding challenge. I'm going to put the music back on. It starts over. I'm going to look just to see if fresher batteries exist. Be right back.
This dot. I'm going to do this dot. This dot. This dot. I'm going to do this dot. This dot. I'm going to do dot. This dot. This dot. This dot. This dot's on. This dot. This dot. This dot. Never forget this dot. This dot. This dot. This dot. This dot's on. This dot. This dot. This dot. Never forget this dot. This dot. This dot. This dot. I'm going to do this dot. This dot. I'm going to do this dot. This dot. This dot. I'm going to do this dot. This dot. I'm going to do dot. This dot. This dot. This dot. I'm going to do this dot. This dot. I'm going to do this dot. This dot. This dot. I'm going to do this dot. This dot. I'm going to do this dot. This dot. This dot. This dot's on. This dot. This dot. This dot. Never forget this dot. This dot. This dot. This dot. Never forget this dot. I'm going to do the this dot. This dot. This dot. This dot. The this dot song. Never forget the this dot. Somebody compose that song for me.
All right, I'm not in the room yet, but I found some other batteries that are giving me 2 bars. And so I'm feeling like I'm going to go with this, and I've still got stuff charging. Okay. So everyone, this is it for today. I really should just stop. I don't need to do this coding challenge, but what I want to do now is I'm going to do a challenge that is going to show you how to take a text, use split to split it up, and then rebuild it with interactivity, and then also then when you click on a word, it does something to it. Can you still hear me? Yeah, good. Okay. So I'm going to call this word interactor, for lack of a better example. And I am going to go to here, word interactor, and I'm going to close these. I'm going to open this up. word interactor. There we go. All right, let's take out the phone numbers. Okay, and now I'm just gonna, I'm gonna start. I'm trying to decide if I'm gonna start this totally from scratch. I think I'm not going to. Output. Let me just see here. Okay, let's see here. You know, one thing I could do, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a break. I don't actually, no, I got to just finish this, otherwise, because I'm out of time. Okay, never mind. I'm going to finish this, do this in 15 minutes. This is going to be a short one. No big deal. Okay, so, and I just want to say, okay. So I just want to see that this does this, and this spits this out there. Great. Okay. So I'm going to start, I don't usually with the coding challenges, I usually don't start with existing code, but I'm going to, okay. This is the last, I think I can push through and do this just briefly. Okay. Okay, here we go. Split and replace. Split and replace. Okay. Yeah, I'm still live. 2 tubers if you just returned. Let me just check the microphone battery, see what it says. 2 bars, that's good. And here we go. By the way, somebody come up with a better name than Word Interactor after this finishes. Because I think I'm fine with it saying Word Interactor in the video, but when the video has a thumbnail and a title, I would like to come up with something better than Word Interactor. So after I do this, give me a shout out. Okay, here we go. I gotta do something to give myself some energy. This song usually works. Okay, here we go. This is it. This is the last thing I'm doing today, and then I'm going to be saying a very word manipulator, phase, phrase, processor. All that's good. Okay. Here we go. Hello, welcome to a coding challenge. This coding challenge is called I'm not sure, because after I record this, I'm going to come up with the name of it. Right now it's called Word Interactor. You might see it called something different. The point of this coding challenge is actually not really to make anything that interesting, but to give you a template for creating a creative project that allows a user to interact with text on a word-by-word basis. So each word being an individual token. For example, I'm going to just add a little bit of code here. I'm starting with a code base from some other examples. Right now, I have the text here. I hit submit, and I see this text. I can't interact with this text. I can copy and paste it, but what I want the user to be able to do is interact with each one of these words individually. So, for example, what if every time I click on this word or hover over this word, I query an API and return a synonym and replace it? Or based on some property of it, I change its color. And this actually is a project that, so there's a lot of possibilities in what I could do with this. Never mind. Okay, so let's figure out how I do that. Now, the first thing that I need to do is figure out a way of splitting that text up into an array of separate words. And if you've been watching some of my other videos, you'll notice there's a whole video about split and regular expressions. So I'm going to use the concepts from that video and just split this up. So what I'm going to do here first is I'm going to say, and so this is I have a little bit of a code base where I'm just selecting some HTML elements, a text field, an output paragraph, and a submit button, because I'm going to use those things. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say var words equals s.split. Now s is all of the text that comes in from that text field. And of course, you could get the text from a variety of other sources. I'm just using a text field. So I want to split it up, and I need to pass to split an argument which is a delimiter. So what should that delimiter be? It could be space, it could be comma, it could be space or comma. You know, I'm going to do something simple for right now. I'm going to write a regular expression that says anything that's not a letter or a number, one or more not letters or numbers. So backslash lowercase w is any A through Z or 0 through 9. Capital W is anything that's not A through Z is 0 through 9, and plus. And I also, I guess the case sensitivity doesn't matter here. So let's just make sure that works. So I'm going to say console log words, just so we can see that. And I'm going to refresh this, and we can see that looks good. I've got now an array of everything as a separate word. Why do I want to do that? Because what I want to do is create an individual HTML element, apologies for the camera shutting off, an individual DOM element, HTML element for each word. And the kind of element I'm going to use is a span element. So one thing, by the way, if you haven't, if you're not so used to this developer console, I'm in the JavaScript console right here. Another thing that's going to be really useful is the elements tab of this console, because if you look at this, I have this paragraph here, and I have this paragraph here. So, and you can see here, look at this. This paragraph element, it's all this single body of text highlighted there. What I want instead is to make individual things. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to loop through. I'm going to loop through the array of words, and I'm going to create a DOM element for each one, and I'm going to make it a span element. The span element is useful because it's something that I can style and have control over, but it rests in line as if the text just flows like in a regular paragraph. So I'm going to say create span words index I, and I'm going to take this out. I'm going to take this out too. So let's look at this, and now we can see submit. Look what I got there. So first of all, I made all these spans, but there's no spaces in between them. But you can see there they are. They're all separate individual span elements. Magic, fascinating, wonderful. Okay, this is great. Now, here's the thing. I want to do two things here. Number one is I want to put some spaces between them. So I'm going to put some spaces between them. And now we can see, look at that. I also have these span spaces, and there's probably another way I could put the spaces without having those be spans, but it's fine. You can see it looks like an individual block of text, but they're separate DOM elements that I can control individually. Now the other thing I want to do, and this is a little bit silly, is that in my HTML file, oops, I meant to put this down here, I have this paragraph called output. So what I want to do, and let me run this again, and I hit submit. Look at this output paragraph and then all these spans. I kind of want the spans to be in the paragraph element, just so if I need to style it or do something with it as a whole, I don't want the spans to just be free floating. They should be in a paragraph element. So what I want to do, and this won't look any different to you, but what I want to do is say in the code, I want to say var span equals creates, I'm going to say span 1, var span 2 equals, and then I'm going to say span 1 dot parent output. So parent, by the way, I'm using the P5 DOM library. Of course, I could do this with native JavaScript, append this, document.get element ID this. I could do this with jQuery and have $signs all in my code. But I'm doing this with the P5 library because it's what I work on and what I use, and it's good for sort of sketching and quick experiments. So I'm going to do this. Same thing, parent this. So now, look at this. I now have all of those spans inside this paragraph. And again, why is this useful? If I wanted to, I could add some, I'm not going to now, but I could add some CSS styling to style that paragraph as a whole, as well as access to those spans individually. Now here's the thing that I want to discuss. Notice how the original text has periods, spaces, and commas. But this text does not. it only has the spaces because I split by anything, but then I didn't retain that. I just automatically inserted spaces. So even though it's going to make this a little more complicated and take an extra 5 minutes, let's rebuild the text with the original punctuation. I think that's going to be something you might want to actually do if you're going to use this as a template for a creative project. So let's come back to this, and how do I do that? So one thing I need to do is in the split regular expression, I need to use capturing parentheses. Now notice what happens if I use capturing parentheses and I run this again. Oops. We should see, oops, no, sorry, I put the parentheses in the wrong place. They go inside here, right? The parentheses, the capturing parentheses are part of the regular expression itself in between the slashes. Let's do this again and hit submit. Now you can see, look, there's some sort of Frankenstein thing where there's extra spaces and the periods. It's because I'm also adding the extra spaces. I don't need to do that anymore. So now I can get rid of this. The array, actually, that array, if I say console.log words, just to look at that array, with the capturing parentheses, you can see that this array actually keeps the commas, the spaces, it keeps everything. But here's the question. I don't necessarily want to, so let's look at something. One thing I can do in P5 is I can say span.style. So I'm going to say span.style, and I'm going to do background color. And I'm going to just give it some arbitrary background color. And I'm going to run this again and hit submit. And you can see, look at that. Now, it also gives the background color to every space and every punctuation mark. So what if I don't want that? One thing I can do is use a regular expression to validate whether it's a word or a delimiter. So what can I do now? Remember this regular expression that I used? I can use it again. I can say if, and I'm going to just write a regular expression right here, \W plus dot test words index I, then only apply this styling. Now this looks a little bit crazy, and I actually got it wrong. I want to check, do I have too many? No. I want to check if this regular expression, I want to test it against this. And actually, this is going to do the inverse. Watch what happens. This actually highlighted for me only the delimiters. Let me go back. And I'm going to say if not. And you can see now I'm highlighting only not the delimiters. And of course, I could make them all a random color. I think actually P5, if I'm recent versions of P5 allow me to pass in like 3 arguments as like an RGB value. Let's see if this really works. No. I thought it allows you to do this, or maybe I could do like a color object. That must be what it is. There we go. Watch this now. So, just from this alone, you can see how I can apply an algorithm to how it's colored. And of course, I could do something more like I could color it by part of speech, or I could color it by length of characters, that sort of thing. So there's a lot of possibilities here in how you might color this text. But really what I want to show you is how you interact with it. So how you interact with it is by giving the span an event listener. So I only want an event listener for the elements that are words and not the delimiters. So I don't know why I've kind of run out of space here. So I'm going to comment this out. I don't need this line. What I want to do is I want to say span, and I want to say mouse over. So I'm going to use the P5 mouse event, the P5 event mouse over. This is the equivalent of a native JavaScript saying document, not document, whatever, the element dot add event listener. And I'm going to pass it a function. I'm going to call it highlight or something. So what this means is I could write an anonymous function here, but I'm going to write a function somewhere else called highlight. And what I'm going to do, just to make sure this is working, is I'm going to say console.log hover. So I'm going to say console.log hover to see what happens. And let me run this, hit submit. Now look at this. Every time I move my mouse around and go over a word, we can see that in the console, the word hover is spit out. So I have these events firing for every single individual word. That's good news. The question is, how do I know which word I'm hovering over? There's just this one function highlight for all of them. How do I know which one? Well, there is kind of an answer to this, which involves the use of something called a closure in JavaScript. And next week, I'm going to make a coding challenge where I use that because let's say I wanted to make an API call every time I hover over a word, I'm going to need to employ some more sophisticated logic. But for right now, I can actually do something rather simple because I'm using P5. So oh, this camera's off. In JavaScript, there is a keyword called this. And I should probably make a separate video just about this. But this is another way of thinking about this is context. And if you ever just say this in kind of P5 in setup or something, it's referring to something called window, which is like the global JavaScript context that you're in a web page. If you've ever done something like write a constructor function, which you can see other videos that I do, where I say something like function particle, this.x equals, this.y equals. When I say new particle, JavaScript behind the scenes creates a new context, which is a new particle object, and attaches the x and y properties to that object. There are things like, there's a function in JavaScript called bind, which I could do a video about at some point, which binds the context, the keyword this, to something arbitrary that you might want it bound to. So the keyword this in JavaScript can mean different things depending on where you're programming, what you're doing, and like where you're living in the world. P5 does something really magical behind the scenes for you. And it makes working with P5 events, DOM events, very easy. What it does is it automatically, in here, binds the context. It assigns the context to the DOM element you happen to be hovering over. So I'm going to say console, right here I'm going to say console.log this, right? So I'm going to change that. Watch this now. Watch this. Submit, hover, hover, hover. Look at this. All these different P5 elements are showing up here. This automatically equals what I'm hovering over. By the way, just to prove the point, if I say console.log this right here in setup, look at this. That's like the global context, which is like the window object, which has all sorts of properties and things that we could investigate and look at. So this doesn't mean something different depending on what's going on. And it often, a library or something that JavaScript does will assign it to something behind the scenes for you for your convenience. In this case, the convenience is it's the DOM element. So look what I can do. I can say console.log this.html. This.html is a DOM element function in P5 that returns the contents of that element. So I can hover over it and we can see the words in the console are, whatever I'm hovering over, are appearing. So now what could I do? I could do something like var s equals this.html.replace. So I could use the replace function to say, hey, search for any word that is any word that is 5 characters. No. Okay, hold on. Let me just do something simple. So I'm just going to replace. Actually, I'm not even going to do. I don't need to search because I'm in the word itself. I'm just going to say this.html rainbow, and this.html.style, and background color. And I'm going to say var c equals a color random 255, random 255, random 255, and I'm going to say C here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, hey, anything you hover over, change it to the word rainbow and give it a color. Ooh. So this dot style. Style, just like HTML is a function that sets its value, style is a function that sets its CSS styling dynamically. So whenever I hover over a word, it changes to rainbow and gives it a color. So here's my my rainbow web application. And I should probably do something which makes it so that the sets the property so that like when I'm hovering, it changes to that mouse hovering thing, or I have to click on it. And so come up with your ideas of what you might do that's more interesting. How might you replace the text? How might you use a regular expression, maybe with a callback, to replace the text, to translate it? How can you interact with a body of text on a word by word, or sentence by sentence, or character by character even level? So I hope you take this code, expand on it, and create some interesting web-based experiments out of it. And next week I'm going to do a similar coding challenge where when you click on each one of these words, I make an API query and replace it with either its definition or another word or something like this. Okay? So thank you so much for watching this coding challenge, and see you soon in another video. All right, 3 hours and 56 minutes. I have finished this live stream. I don't know how loud this bell is, but I had to ring it. All right, I don't know. Marathon session is over. It is true. I'm going to play my outro music here. And I am going to just remind you of a few things. If you're new here, you can go to codingrainbow.com. You can subscribe to the YouTube channel. Likes and sharing and tweets and all that stuff is helpful to me. You can become a patron, which is a crowdfunding way of supporting the work that I'm doing, and get a subscription to a Slack channel where you can discuss and ask questions. And that's about it. Yeah. So if you have any, I don't think I have the energy really to take questions right now. I will be back next Tuesday afternoon or next Wednesday. So for the foreseeable future, I'm trying to do these Wednesday morning. The topic for next week will be data and APIs. I'm going to really try to limit myself to 2.5 hours. This was a bit too much. I mean, I'm glad I kind of got it done, but I feel like maybe the quality of some of the later videos is kind of not as, was a little problem, but maybe not so great. And people are going to be coming to watch them, not realizing the context of 4 hours. So anyway, it is what it is. And that's that. Oh, homework. Thank you. Homework. So I don't know if it makes sense to make this its own standalone video, but I guess it could, and I'm gonna, okay, so I'm gonna do the homework real quick. And then I have to I forgot to write it up actually, so I have to pretend I'm looking at it from last week. Okay. So thank you for reminding me. This is gonna be a world record for my shortest video ever. And I'll sort of decide if it makes sense to have it be a standalone thing or just something that people find in the live stream. But here we go, really quick. Hello, in case you are following these videos as if you're taking a weekly course, here's an assignment that you can do. So one thing is the coding challenge that I just did, in a way I think that's your assignment. Come up with a creative way to interact with individual words in a larger body of text, and think about how you might use regular expressions with those. So how do you match, what are you looking for, what are you matching, how are you replacing, that sort of thing. The other thing though you might really do is if you did the previous assignment of a sort of text mashup without regular expressions, or you simply did it manually, your assignment would be to do that now with programming, with algorithms, with regular expressions. I also have a few ideas here that I've written up, or things you might think about. The flesh index calculator I made as an example. I didn't use regular expressions for it. If you rewrote it with regular expressions, that would certainly make it probably more efficient or be a good exercise in using regular expressions. Thinking about how you could translate a text using the replace method. The pirate translator, which takes, hello, my name is Dan, and turns it to do, ahoy, matey, Dan, me name is. You could think about using a regular expression to do that. And also you might simply look around, make a game that you play with regular expressions. So the regex golf game is something you can actually play. There's a regex crossword game that it's not linked here, but I'll try to add it to this page that'll be linked in the description of this video. And yeah, so you could do something like that and maybe write up a blog post or something about how it was working with regular expressions, what worked for you, what didn't work for you, what questions you have. And I'll review those questions and things and reactions to regular expressions in next week's live stream, where I also look at data. Okay, so enjoy. I hope some of you do this assignment. You can share it with me in the Slack if you subscribed as a patron, or you can simply just tweet at me or share it in the comments here. Okay, thanks for watching and see you soon. Okay. Okay, I was very annoyed that the mic died there. Okay, now I'm really done. And Max Steve, I see you in the chat that you sent me some tweets about helping me. What I might, unfortunately I don't. I'm doing this as kind of like an internet thing, and it's hard for me to and I work full time, so I don't really have time for individual instruction, but I am offering that. I do try to answer comments and tweets as I have time, and I also do have the Slack channel for a little bit more discussion. But I'll reply to your tweet at some point soon as well. Okay, so I'm going to say goodbye. I'm going to play the Coding Rainbow promotional video one last time. If anybody wants to see that, it'll just sort of be at the end of this live stream. And I can't believe the live stream didn't crash. I can't believe it was 4 hours. And the edited versions of these will come out from now and in the next week. So thank you again, and I'll see you all sometime soon. And the stream will end after the video. And please, if you can help me promote or find new viewers and that sort of thing, I certainly, I'm happy for that, because yeah, I feel like the larger the audience is, I think the more sustainable this might become. We'll see. Okay, talk to you all soon.
Throw your hands up in the air and say enough's enough. Do you want to learn to code and make some awesome stuff? Learn that anyone can when you're coding with Dan on Coding Rainbow. Coding Rainbow. Whether you're a pro or this is all brand new, Coding Rainbow has some helpful tools for you. Learn the overarching concepts and some fun stuff too. And with Dan as your guide, come along for the ride on Coding Rainbow. Make a crazy pixel mirror to reflect your face. You can make it jump to light speed into